cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
We golfers tend to grumble too much. Golf Monthly's Nick Bonfield compiled our biggest complaints. They include our own game. The refrain, is it going to be another one of those days, should maybe be realigned and set about the next shot with positivity. Next is our equipment. We always blame our tools even though they were just along for the ride. Course conditioning is another gripe, and maybe you should try getting up while it's still dark, whether it's 108 or 32 degrees, and deal with global warming, limited budgets, and sustainability. And then go hug your superintendent for what they do. Dress codes get a lot of attention. Some feel the tradition should be maintained, and others are comfortable in T-shirts. It's a game, people. Also in the mix are rules of golf, slow play, the World Handicap System, tee time booking systems, bad luck, and more. I say you get out of it what you're willing to put into it. You're on a golf course, your phone's not ringing, and you might make a birdie or two. Enjoy the moment. There's lots of time left in the day for complaints. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Sacramento's best selection, best quality, and lowest prices on kitchen and bath products are at the new Anova Cabinet and Stone. For a limited time, get stunning new quartz countertops starting at just $159. That's right, only $159 for gorgeous quartz countertops. Listen to this. For a limited time, cabinets for kitchens and bathrooms are up to 50% off. Yes, up to 50% off new cabinets. It's a must-see. The new Anova Cabinet and Stone at Florin Road and Highway 99. Learn more at AnovaCabinetStone.com.
When life calls for a little extra, a kitchen upgrade, paying off debt, or that dream vacation, Valley Strong Credit Union is here to help. With a Valley Strong home equity loan, you can tap into your home's value with competitive rates, flexible terms, and local guidance you can trust. Get approved in as little as 5 minutes, with funding in as few as 5 days. Your goals are within reach. Visit ValleyStrong.com to get your offer today. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your possibilities. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 456506.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson. Online at SactownSports.com or on the app. Kings, Niners, and Sacramento. The Matt and Kayla Show starts now.
Well, my headphones aren't working, so that's great.
Oh.
It's a good start. Hold on. Let's try this. Hey, there we go.
There we go.
That works. Something in the studio has to work.
Yep. Just keep on trying till we find something. That's what life's all about.
Well, how do we follow that?
Well, you can't ever follow something like that.
An amazing 4 hours of radio put together by our friends Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross, and Christopher Laud, celebrating the life and the legend that was Rick Adelman, longtime Hall of Fame head coach. Of course, the greatest head coach in the history of the Sacramento Kings, and that is not up for debate. To hear Doug Christie talk about Rick the way that Doug did in the 8 o'clock hour, I think at 8 o'clock, and it was like appointment listening. You had to listen. Because we've heard Doug talk about Rick many times before, but especially when Doug became a head coach, right? He talked about Rick, talked about a number of coaches that he's had over his career that he's drawn influence from. And you heard Doug talk about so much of what the way Rick taught that Kings team how to play basketball is how he wants to teach this version of the Sacramento Kings how to play basketball. So to hear Doug talk about Rick Adelman the way that he did, it was phenomenal. If you missed that, I don't even care if you turn off this show and go and listen to it. You should. It was a great interview. And then to hear Brad Miller speak about Rick Adelman the way that he did there at the end of the show, and just to be able to hear obviously the raw emotion and what Rick meant to him, not just here in Sacramento, but in Houston, and the time that they spent together. And it was amazing hearing Brad talk about how he came up as a point guard and then hit his growth spurt, became a big man. And like the modern day big man in the NBA is completely different from what the big man used to be before. Like the Kings tried to stop the dominance of Shaquille O'Neal, where that man didn't have to step outside of the paint because you'd get him the ball and he'd fight off all five of you and be able to finish around the rim. And the era of the center being more than just a big man that stands in the paint and rebounds and dunks the basketball really began with Rick Adelman and how he used Vlade and how he used Brad. And Kayla, I know you weren't here for Rick's time as the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. I was a kid, literally a kid during it. But what you and everybody can relate to is we all remember the teams and the people that made us love sports. We all have our favorite athletes growing up. Well, some of us have our favorite coaches. Mm-hmm. And I can speak to, I'm so lucky, I'm so blessed for so many reasons in this life of mine, but I'm blessed to be able to have a career in the city that I grew up in and covering the team that I fell in love with, right? Like Kings basketball shaped my identity as a sports fan. My identity as a man, as a human being, comes from being taken to Kings games by my uncle as a kid. And I was even more lucky to have grown up with the glory years of the Sacramento Kings. The Kings' history in Sacramento is not good. Like, it's bad. There was one pocket of time where they were the greatest show on court, and I got to grow up with that. And it was Rick's time as the head coach of the Kings. And I was trying to think about, like, this hit really hard yesterday, not nearly as hard as it's hit Brad, and not nearly as hard as it hit Doug, and has hit the men that played for Rick or coached alongside Rick or got to learn from Rick in any type of way. One of the biggest things I wish that I could do in my career, or have done in my career, is meet Rick Adelman. I never got to meet him. I've met so many of the guys that I idolized growing up watching. Of course, I've met Doug. I've met Chris Webber. I've met Vlade. I've met Peja. I met the guys that were my heroes watching on the floor. But I never met the man who, when you say head coach, not basketball coach, not football coach, not baseball manager, when you say head coach, Rick Adelman's name and face is forever the first thing that pops into my mind. Like, he is the what's the word? The quintessential head coach to me growing up. I remember I grew up without a dad, so my uncle became my father figure in so many ways, and he was a season ticket holder, and he would take me to Kings games, and we'd sit there, and he'd tell me about Rick Adelman and the stuff Rick Adelman was doing and how brilliant of a coach Rick Adelman was, and I was just mesmerized, in awe of this leader of the greatest basketball I had ever seen. But of course I was a kid, but you have adults, grown men and women saying this is the greatest, most beautiful basketball we have ever seen in our lifetime. And it's at the foundation, Doug Christie talked about this earlier, at the foundation of modern NBA basketball. Rick was ahead of the freaking curve by a mile. And he had that team playing that way to where, again, spoiled kid here, I only knew basketball as the greatest show on court. That's all I knew as a kid because of Rick Adelman. So I was trying to think, like, how do I possibly pay tribute? How do we possibly pay tribute to a man that we've never met, but a man that is so important to this city? And I hope that the Sacramento Kings, who have done wonderful things to honor so many different people, from the Jerry Reynolds media entrance very recently, the G-Man Gary Gerald, the media center now downstairs is named after G-Man. That happened at the end of last season. Of course, you see Vlade and Peja and C-Webb and Mitch Richmond up in the rafters. Jerry Reynolds up there as the GM of the Monarchs, with all the Monarchs legends up there as well. I hope the Sacramento Kings do something within or around the Golden One Center to fully and forever cement the memory, the legacy of Rick Adelman, because there has never been a coach like him since. There have been some that have tried and had short-term success, from Michael Malone to Mike Brown. But when the Kings fired Rick Adelman in 2006, when they decided to move on after that era that he ushered in, they have never, ever recovered. And that's how influential he was. And then he went on to do great things at Houston, went on to do great things at Minnesota, never got the ring that he deserved to win, especially here in Sacramento. I heard Carmichael Dave saying earlier today is the anniversary of Game 7 that the Kings lost in Sacramento. Game 6 was the famous referee screw job. But I don't know how to honor him other than just acknowledging the impact that he can have on a 7-8-year-old kid who doesn't know a damn thing about basketball but knows he loves it. You know? Like, I knew I loved what I was seeing. I didn't understand it. I didn't know why people were chanting about picket fences in the crowd, talking about defense. I never got it, never understood. I had no idea what I was doing, no idea what I was seeing as a kid, but I knew I loved it. And then growing up and learning more about basketball and recognizing, hey, that's Rick Adelman in that. Hey, the Kings used to do that. And Rick being at the center of that is it's truly incredible. So we'll start the show and we'll move forward, because the show is not going to be the 4-hour tribute to Rick that you heard in the morning. And I'm going to give them love during crosstalk too. This news broke during Whitey and Allen's show yesterday, and they did a phenomenal job handling it, because how do you handle something like that on the fly? And they did an excellent job. Ramsey was in there with them. But we'll start the show with this, Kayla. Thank you to the greatest coach in Sacramento Kings history. Thank you to the man who helped play a major part in ushering in modern basketball that we all get to celebrate and enjoy, even if it didn't bring a championship to Sacramento. Thank you to the man that, in my mind, if you say the word coach, Rick Adelman's face is the first to pop up, and he will be, in my mind, forever cemented as the epitome of what a head coach should be. So thank you to the legend that is Rick Adelman, and rest in peace.
Yeah, it's always amazing in terms of responses from fan bases, in situations like this that nobody ever wants to have to deal with, but it's part of life. And, we're so connected with players. I think sometimes we forget when a coach passes away that's made a difference on our organization or made a difference on how we watch a particular sport. It is just as impactful, if not more. Mm-hmm. And, covering coaches throughout my career and seeing, some of those guys pass as, the years have gone by, it definitely hits everybody differently. But we talk about, again, players' impact. And I think we've even mentioned, how much do coaches in the NBA really have an effect on the game and on winning? A ton. Yeah. A ton. And you heard it from Brad Miller himself in the crosstalk, that it made an incredible impact on not only his life and the confidence he built within himself, because he was transitioning to a different position, a different body in a way, in the league. And Adelman allowed him to do one thing, and that was be himself, and instilled that in him, that he could be that guy that could play at that level. And that, to me, right there, painted the entire picture that I needed to know about Rick from a player. That's what he did for that man, and that was just one of many that I'm sure he made an impact on, not only their careers, but their lives as young men, and then men that became grown men in the profession.
Kayla, I'm so glad you brought that up, because it's a painful, it's a reminder that we never want to happen, but a painful reminder that we need of how important the head coach is. Mm-hmm. And how important the coaching staff is, right? Like, even assistant coaches, team managers, equipment manager, like these people that are behind the scenes that are alongside these players, and how influential and important they are through the wild journey that a season, a week in the NBA can take you, and the travel and the amount of time they spend together. And I love those stories, right? I love hearing the story Doug Christie told earlier of Rick Adelman's reaction to when the Kings made one of the rookies run sprints on the team plane, and Rick's just the grumpy old man is just like, what are you guys doing? Or Jason Williams like riding in the underside of the bus, and Rick's like, get his ass out of there. Like those stories are so important and so wonderful. But this is something, like, if I had gotten to ask Doug or Brad, and I hope I remember this the next time I get to talk to a prominent NBA player, the coach-player dynamic changes so much when you get to becoming a professional. Because for us, growing up, as kids, it's always the kid-adult dynamic, right? Your coach is almost a father figure or a mentor in some capacity, or mother figure if you have a female coach. Like it's always kind of kid and adult. The wisdom versus the youthful energy. Like that's what the coaching relationship is for the vast majority of people who play or participate in any sport. And once you get to college, that kind of sort of starts to change a little bit, but even so, you hear about coaches molding young men into fathers and into pros. Like it's still very much a adult and like kid relationship, even though they're no longer kids, they're legal adults. Then you get to the pros, and you're playing for someone typically that's older than you, and could be quite a bit older than you. And there are, like, from the Greg Popovich relationship with his players, right?
Sure.
There becomes that kind of old father figure or mentor relationship, of course. But you see how the situations change to where you have coaches in the league right now that are the same age or younger than LeBron, right? And so the dynamic changes from mentor and kid to colleagues in a way. And I'm fascinated by how athletes handle that shift, because the way you hear Brad talk about Rick and Doug talk about Coach Adelman, and Brad was talking about Kyle Lowry as a young player playing for Coach Adelman. That man made careers. That man instilled confidence, and you don't get the reaction that we heard, the raw emotion from Brad Miller that we heard on these airwaves just a handful of minutes ago at the end of Dave and Jason's show. You don't hear that without recognizing the impact that Rick had on Brad Miller's life and his career. And I can't imagine the amount of players that feel or are feeling the same way right now. And it doesn't have to be this big monumental moment that you make a Hallmark movie out of. It could literally just be a phone call, or I played for him for a season and he changed my career, or he instilled something in me that stuck with me forever. Like that dynamic that Rick Adelman brought to the table, and he's not the only one, of course, but that he brought to the table is pretty fascinating, because it's like the Wild West coaching grown men. I couldn't even imagine doing it.
No, I mean it's a special thing to have that ability, with a guy like him, with some of these older coaches that, and I know Pop is not coaching anymore, but he's still very heavily involved in the Spurs organization, and is still having an impact on many of those players in the organization.
Right.
And this is what I do miss about our time growing up. And I know, like, things evolve and coaches are younger now, and obviously these coaches can't stay around forever. But I do miss, like, that wise advice and the strictness that does come sometimes with some of these kind of older school mentality coaches that I grew up with grandfathers like that, that I think at the time I didn't know how much of a schooling I was getting in life. But when you look back at it, I'm like, thank goodness for some of these figures that we had and some of these coaches that we had that kind of could be tough at times, but drew out something in you that made you believe in yourself as well. And that seems to be exactly who Rick was.
I want to celebrate something today too, though. Do you guys know how alive Rick Adelman is in the NBA right now? Like how alive he is. His son is the head coach of the Denver Nuggets. Doug Christie's the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Take it outside of the NBA. Mike Bibby is the head coach at Sac State, and Brad Miller coaches with him. Right? You have Vlade Divac, who's been an executive in this league, who still works as an advisor and is connected to the Kings in some way and very well respected, of course, with international basketball. He was one of the veterans, really, truly an established veteran when Rick Adelman was coaching him here in Sacramento. It's not like he was a young guy necessarily, but he is so heavily influenced by Rick. Rick is so alive in basketball today. And even like we talked about and hearing Doug Christie talk about earlier, the way modern NBA is played and how Rick doesn't get the credit for ushering in a lot of that because the Kings never won a title. But you look at the way the Warriors played when they won all their titles. It was the greatest show on court style of basketball, and how the modern big man is used screams Rick Adelman's philosophies that he really brought to the table in his triangle offense and things of that. Like, it makes me happy. It brings me joy to know how alive that man still is in professional basketball and in basketball, period. And how many people that had the privilege of playing for him or knowing him are now branching out, and they might not even know it. They might not even be reflecting on it until this point. I've asked Doug Christie about how Rick Adelman has influenced his coaching, so he's talked about it. I don't know if Mike Bibby's ever been asked that question, but I guarantee you Mike is reflecting on it today, or was yesterday, how I am coaching and using the lessons that Rick Adelman taught me. Like, that is legacy, man. That is legacy, that you can see so much of him in basketball outside of Sacramento and know how many people that he taught how to play are now teaching others. Like, that's legacy. And some kids might not ever know that they're learning Rick Adelman's style of basketball, but they're learning from the people who learned from him. And that's pretty powerful too. That keeps him alive, and that gives me a lot of joy thinking about that in the league still.
Yeah, that's really cool. It's a great way to put it. And like you said, you know, when you have special coaches like that and they leave a lineage of kind of doing the things that they did, and they're going to do things a little bit different, right? Like, they're not going to be exactly Coach Adelman, but
of course not.
They're going to carry on those, you know, characteristics and, like you said, some of the way that he taught basketball. And that is the beautiful thing in any sport, when we get to have that lineage of coaches or just players that played for those coaches that go on to say, hey, I want to now help. I want to now, you know, be a guy that can be a role model or just a friend or whatever it might be for some of these young players that grow into professionals.
Last thing I'll say, we got to witness in Sacramento when his son, David, got his first real opportunity as a head coach. Now, it came at the cost of another one who is near and dear to my heart and near and dear to some of us here in Sacramento is Michael Malone. Not to the level of Rick Adelman, of course, but Michael Malone was loved by many here in Sacramento before he was abruptly fired. He, of course, led the Denver Nuggets to their title and was a very successful head coach, and then he got fired. And the first game that David Adelman stepped in as the interim head coach was here in Sacramento. And I sat there in the press conference room, and they converted it to a Denver Nuggets press conference room because so many Denver media members came, because this is a massive story. And this is the first time we're hearing from David Adelman as the interim head coach of the Denver Nuggets. And I remember being in there, and I can't remember if he talked about his dad or was asked about his dad at all. I'm sure he's been a billion times even before now in his coaching journey. But I remember sitting there thinking, like, the son of the legend in Sacramento is getting his first opportunity. It's just crazy how, like, these narratives in sports, you can't write them. They just happen. It's the power of sports that's just so incredible. The storytelling in sports is so incredible. And here is David now as the head coach, the full-time head coach of the Denver Nuggets, who, to be fair, bumped from the playoffs. They got a lot of decisions to be making and things like that. But again, it just speaks to Rick Adelman's legacy. And very clearly his name is very much still involved in the NBA. All right, we're going to get this show started here. Appreciate everybody joining us for that. And again, if you missed out on any of the 4-hour amazing show that Dave and Jason did paying tribute to Rick, go and check that out. It was phenomenal radio all morning this morning. But we're going to dive into sports. We're going to dive into basketball. We're going to dive into a number of things. Speaking to former Kings head coaches, in the next segment, we're going to hear from former Kings head coach Mike Brown, who, of course, talked about candidly about playing against De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes in the NBA Finals in only a way that Mike Brown can. It was a very fitting quote. I loved it. We didn't get to this yesterday. I want to talk about it today. The Grizzlies were the only team not to vote for the new draft lottery system. Now, they have a very specific reason why. But why did the Kings? I think I have an answer to that question, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that, Kayla. Plus, ESPN put their NBA player comps out for top prospects, including a lot of the guards that the Kings are interested in. And some of those comps I thought were really intriguing, including some maybe former Sacramento Kings that were compared to some of these players. We have a little more information on the Myles Garrett trade that we're going to dive into. Carmichael Dave, as part of their show this morning, shared that some buzz that he's heard from a source that the Kings are very much preparing to trade up to go and get Darius Acuff Jr. And a lot of people are talking about the optics around that and how it's a bad look. But does that even matter? We'll talk about that at lunch break. And at 1 o'clock, Brendan Nunez continued his amazing series, the Sactown Sports Scouting Report, that he's been putting together. He did his scouting report on Michael Brown Jr. It is out now on SactownSports.com, the Sactown Sports app. You can read the breakdown. It's phenomenal. Brendan will join us at 1 o'clock. We'll talk about Michael Brown Jr., that scouting report that he put together. And we'll talk to him a little bit about Kingston Flemings, who he's very high on. Of course, I reported a couple nights ago that Kingston Flemings' family met with Scott Perry in San Antonio over the weekend. Curious Brendan's thoughts on that. And we got plenty of football news too, right, Kayla? Lots of football stuff to talk about in your 2-minute drill. And how do the 49ers even try to counter the Myles Garrett trade to the LA Rams? We've got so much coming for you on this jam-packed show. Very happy that you are with us. The show truly gets started. Coming up next, it's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
It's Big O Tires anniversary sales event. Now through June 14th. Buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Plus, you'll also get our industry-leading ProTech Plus warranty for free. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Remember the days of real country music? Now you can get your favorite classic country every day on 105.1 HD3 The Ranch. Listen to The Ranch on the free KNCI app or anytime at 105.1 HD3.
We've seen every kind of golf swing, some smooth, some, let's just say, innovative. And that's why Hagen Oaks offers Total Game Fitting. The TrackMan-powered player performance studio shows what your swing is really doing. Ping's Ball-Nemic Ball Fitter finds a ball that behaves. The Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps turn almost into yes. And FootJoy's 3D foot scanner builds stability from the ground up. At Hagen Oaks, we don't judge your game, we fix it. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Better fit, more fun. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
You can buy golf clubs anywhere, but buy clubs that fit the shelf instead of your swing. That's why Hagen Oaks offers Total Game Fitting. TrackMan dials in your driver and irons. Ping's Ball-Nemic Ball Fitter finds your perfect golf ball. Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps you roll it true. And FootJoy's 3D foot scanner matches you with balance and stability. Whether you're a beginner or accomplished, your best game starts with the right fit. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Better fit, more fun. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
It's time for your Sactown Scouting Report, breaking down the top prospects for the Sacramento Kings ahead of the 2026 NBA Draft.
Michael Brown Jr., point guard, Louisville.
Feels like Michael Brown Jr. doesn't get talked about enough for some reason. The upside is there, just like people like with some of the other guard prospects. He can shoot it off the dribble deep from beyond the arc, play with a lot of pace, and already has a level of ball screen comfort that stands out for a young guard. The combination of shooting and creation give him a notable upside at the NBA level, something that the Kings could definitely use.
Read the entire breakdown from Brendan Nunez right now at SactownSports.com. Presented by Power Business Technology. Copiers and printers for all your office needs. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
All right, let's get this show started. Thank you to everybody who listened and are sharing their own words, their own stories about how they will remember Sacramento Kings legendary head coach Rick Adelman, who sadly passed away yesterday, or we learned of his passing yesterday afternoon. Feel free to still share those stories, those memories throughout the show today, but we will transition into other stories around the league, including another former Sacramento Kings head coach, talking about Mike Brown, the head coach of the New York Knicks, who will meet, yep, there he is. He will meet the San Antonio Spurs in the finals in San Antonio tomorrow night. Game 1. Very much looking forward to the start of this series. And, of course, one of the major storylines, Kayla, is Mike Brown facing two of his former players in De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes, two of the starters during the famous Beam team in Mike's first year here in Sacramento. Well, what I remember very much Mike talking about his first year after leaving the Golden State Warriors, where he was assistant for a long time. His first year in Sacramento, he ends the playoff drought. He leads the Kings to the playoffs, and who do they face? The Warriors. And I remember Mike talking before that series, and I remember very much Chris Biederman from the Sacramento Bee was always trying to get him to talk about, hey, what advantages do you have because you know Steve Kerr so well? And Mike would never really answer those questions. He'd always kind of dance around it with a smile. But he would talk about, like, I want to kick their butt, and they want to kick mine. And there was a very similar tone to Mike talking about facing De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes in the NBA Finals.
No, because they definitely want to beat me, and I want to kick their ass. So they love them, and you can always love them before and after. Who you say is their backcourt, because if Fox is in their backcourt, Fox is a veteran, seasoned player that has been in the playoffs before, been in a Game 7 now a couple of times, and been an all-star, clutch player of the year, talented guy. So, again, having the mix that they have. And then, again, like I said, you look on the bench, and a guy that was starting at the beginning of the year, Harrison Barnes, he's been in the league as long as, no, you haven't been in the league as long as me, HB. I take that back. I love HB. I'm not saying you're old. But HB's been around a long time too, and he's been on a big stage a few times.
Kayla, I wonder who has the advantage, because Mike obviously knows those two, and Harrison doesn't play that much, so it's not so much with Harrison, but he knows De'Aaron very, very well. So he knows how to game plan, in theory, against De'Aaron Fox. But on the other side, Mike Brown has kind of unlocked the Knicks by playing a very similar offense to how the Kings played.
True.
De'Aaron should know how to handle that, and so should Harrison Barnes. So I wonder, how you break down the advantages between both sides knowing each other.
Yeah, and
so
I
well.
always wonder if we overblow that
Sure.
a little bit, you
I'm
know?
sure.
And I get the whole connection thing, and that's why I love sports, is because the more you've been around as a coach, and this is, I think, beneficial, the more you've been around as a coach, and while you'd like to stay in one spot your whole career, I think a lot of these coaches, like a Mike Brown, unfortunately, we don't all have the same paths to get to what we want to get to. And it looks like he is well on his way to possibly getting his first as a head coach championship. And so when it comes to the NBA. And so I think hopping around and doing it the hard way is beneficial, not only for those reasons, because you learn a lot about yourself, but you get to come face to face with other players. You get to coach players more than what maybe a coach would be that has sat around in the same spot for years and years and years.
Yeah.
So obviously he's very familiar with these two guys in particular. I feel like if anybody has the advantage, it probably is Mike Brown, just because he knows how those players tick, what can confuse them, what can get them frustrated. Where you look at the players looking at Mike Brown, and yes, that's familiar with the offense, but there's a lot of other parts and players that have to do with that, where Mike Brown can be like, hey, this is what ticks or gets under, his skin, Fox's skin, or whatever. So I think it's always fascinating. It's probably a little overblown, but that's what we do in sports when we get these fun meetings between former players or former coaches.
I mean, Mike Brown can know everything there is to know about De'Aaron Fox. Well, he likes to get the ball here. He's fast as hell. You still got to stop it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not like either of these teams are doing anything and doing things and are revolutionizing the game in a way that they've never seen before.
Yeah.
And no one Mike Brown, Mitch Johnson, these guys are very established coaches, brilliant basketball minds, of course, to be at the head coach of NBA teams. And then the talent on both sides is incredible. De'Aaron Fox could know everything there is to know about Jalen Brunson. Okay, how do you stop him?
Exactly.
You can know everything there is to know about the way the Knicks offense works, but how do you stop it? Karl Anthony Towns, this is, if we're comparing, De'Aaron's thinking back to, okay, what did the Warriors do to take us out of the offense that now the Knicks are running? Oh, well, they backed off on Domantas Sabonis because he wasn't really willing to shoot. Okay, you can't do that against Cat, so now what? Cat, you'd rather Cat probably shoot than Jalen Brunson shoot. So maybe you just focus on stacking and making Jalen Brunson's life as hard as possible. But we've seen how deep this Knicks team is. Even if Cat's not hitting shots, well, OG might, Michael might.
Yep.
Josh Hart was raining down threes.
He was.
That's the depth of both these teams being on full display. So I think this matchup is going to be a lot of fun. And the question is, we've already seen Carmelo Anthony ask De'Aaron Fox after Game 7 about his Kings tenure. Mike Brown was asked after the Knicks swept the Cavs to go to the NBA Finals about his Kings tenure. I'm very curious when we tune into Game 1 tomorrow, and not so much the pregame show, because of course they're going to talk about it on the pregame show, but when the actual game broadcast starts, and I already have this image in my head. I think Kyle and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday off the air. How quickly do they bring up the Sacramento ties and the connections? And I could easily see, because they have those videos. Here's Victor Wembanyama warming up. Here's De'Aaron Fox warming up. Here's someone tying their shoes in the tunnel. How quickly do we see a dap up between De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown in slow-mo while they're previewing the game or whatever? I don't think it's not going to be the main storyline, of course. No one cares that much about Sacramento. But it's definitely going to be a storyline that we're going to probably see and feel a lot more than the national audience.
Yeah, I mean, people here are paying a lot more attention to every little detail that might come about in the broadcast. I can guarantee you, I don't think nationally that people are looking for stuff like that. Right. But I do think that stories are stories, and anytime a national broadcast, a local broadcast. Believe me, I did it for 20-something years. Like, anytime we can bring in a storyline to something that's major, you're going to do it. And this is absolutely still a storyline, at least right now this year, fresh of both, the Knicks in terms of their head coach and players on the San Antonio Spurs coming out of a situation in Sacramento that is still not resolved or not fixed. And so they're going to do everything they can to be like, well, now these guys are actually playing in the NBA Finals. And look at that.
There's going to be some moment in the series. I don't know when it's going to happen, but there's going to be some moment where they're going to come back from a commercial break, and it's going to be Lisa Salters doing a profile about the relationship between Mike and De'Aaron. And it's going to hit so hard because we're not going to know it's coming, and it's going to happen, and they're going to put photos of them in Kings uniforms and probably De'Aaron lighting the beam, and it's going to be like, it's going to be a little bit like, I don't know, whatever your emotion you want to say is. But for me, melancholy. But
that's what we do as storytellers. Like, if I was Lisa Salters, that's one of the first things I would have collected in my long list of sideline hits. Like, it's easy. All right, this is a connection and it's unique.
Another small storyline. It is a very small storyline. And I'd completely forgotten about it until I looked at the rosters the other day. Now, he doesn't really play. But Jeremy Sohan left the Spurs, joined the Knicks. Right. And now you have... So, look, Jeremy Sohan barely plays. He played 9 minutes. His most recent game was on May 10th against Philly.
But he could have some sort of grand shot or something that happens in the game.
Did you guys see his quote that he had when he was asked about it? I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the exact thing, but he's basically like, I have an obligation to my Knicks teammates to share as much information as I can that I know about the Spurs. Right. And I know a lot.
All right. Jeremy Sohan, the secret to the Knicks beating the Spurs. There's a headline somewhere. I'm excited for this series, man. I'm looking forward to getting started. Tomorrow, the game is actually played tomorrow evening. On tomorrow's show, we'll do more of a true breakdown of this game and what we expect and the advantages, disadvantages. As of now, the Spurs are favorites to win, even though they are the younger, less experienced team after beating the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yeah, they should be the favorites. And when you have a guy named Victor freaking Wembanyama, that certainly helps you. But I really like the potential for the Knicks. And matchup aside, I do think the Spurs are a good matchup for the Knicks. But matchup aside, the way the Knicks have just run through after they're stumbling out the gate a little bit against Atlanta, the way they've just run through the rest of the Eastern Conference. Granted, many people consider the West to be better than the East. I know, I get that, but they dominated. And they've been dominating for a month. They haven't lost in a month.
That's crazy. That's wild to think about.
I'm interested to see, do we see that right away, or do they look to punch and then their blow doesn't land as hard, and now it's like, uh-oh.
I think that's the biggest question many people have right now with this series in particular, because we've heard a lot of people that are naysayers about the Eastern Conference, and I get it. The Western Conference is very, very elite, and we know that they punch each other throughout the regular season, throughout the playoffs to get to this point. And in a way, it can be a little unfair, but them's is the breaks. And if you are the Knicks, though, your argument is, but we've not just won these series. We've literally punctured holes in these teams.
Right.
And they're, squirting out blood. And it's just I was watching the Thriller thing up here that they put on the screen for the tennis tournament. I don't know what they were doing, so that just reminded me of Thriller. But yeah, so that is kind of their argument is, but we didn't just beat these teams. We beat them bad. So it doesn't really matter that we are in the Eastern Conference and maybe we breeze through these guys because, we did it in a big way.
Both teams should have a tremendous amount of confidence. The Spurs just beat the defending champion Thunder. The Knicks have been destroying everybody in their path. Both teams have confidence to the max going into this series, but whose confidence will waver first? That's what I'm interested to see. We'll take the break, coming back with a little bit of baseball. The Tigers are potentially going to be moving on from their ace, Tariq Skubal, because they're not very good, and he's at all-time high in terms of value. Well, The Athletic broke down every single team's potential / interest in trading for Skubal, including the Giants and the A's.
Okay.
We'll talk about that, plus then the top teams to land Skubal in a potential trade. Yeah, that list will frustrate you, to say the least. We'll talk about that when we come back. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Adam Johnson here with Golf Fitness Solutions. If you want more distance, less pain, better mobility, and a body that holds up for 18 holes, come see us. We're expanding in Carmichael, and you're invited to our grand opening party on June 13th from noon to 4. Tour our new space, meet the team, try the simulator challenge, see if you can make a hole-in-one, and learn how golf-specific training, stretching, massage, and assessments can help your game. Call 916-802-5175 or visit us at golffitnesssolutions.com for more information.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton and Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton and Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140.
We are the Dillos. We are from Northern Kentucky.
We have 2 kids, 5 dogs, 6 horses.
And a truck. It's really important to stay connected being in a rural area.
The biggest thing with switching over to T-Mobile's 5G home internet was the blazing speeds and the reliability.
One day we had nothing and next day we had everything.
Smoking fast internet.
Yeah.
We've got cell phone service and we've got our home internet all on the same plan, and it ends up being about $50 a month cheaper than before.
We saved a lot of money switching to T-Mobile.
At T-Mobile, bundle 4 unlimited phone lines with reliable 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. You'll get fast internet, great coverage, and keep more money in your pocket every month.
Actual customers compensated for their time. Delivered via 5G cellular network. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks. Not available in some areas. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Credits stop if you cancel or change plans.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
We're getting closer and closer to the MLB trade deadline, which doesn't carry as much weight as some of the other trade deadlines in professional sports, but still, there's always some big rumors and some potential big names on the move. And we're very curious about how both the A's and especially the Giants are going to approach this trade deadline, considering the situations that they find themselves in, especially San Francisco. Are they going to be major sellers? Well, the Detroit Tigers, it sounds like, are going to be more than open to taking calls on their star pitcher and ace, Tariq Skubal. And so the Athletics' Jim Bowden did basically a deep dive into everything that he's heard and all the possibilities of each MLB team potentially trading for Tariq Skubal. And I will read for you what he has written about the A's and the San Francisco Giants. Let's start with the Giants. It's one sentence, and that sentence is this. The Giants will be shopping Southpaw Robbie Ray and are not engaging with the Tigers. By the way, right underneath that, he then has 3 words about the Colorado Rockies, and all he says is, stop it, please. So the Giants and the Rockies are amongst those teams that are not even remotely involved in Tariq Skubal, nor, of course, should they be.
Right.
It would make absolutely zero sense for the Giants to make that
Yeah, it's
move.
like, we're going to go get him and compete now.
Yeah, we got
We're
Tariq
15
Skubal.
games behind
Now he
already.
can just waste his time. What about the A's, though? The A's need pitching. The A's could be in a playoff race in the AL West. Currently, they're behind the Seattle Mariners. This is what's written about the A's. I would love to see the A's make a play for Skubal, but they've done such a great job building for their eventual move to Las Vegas that I'd hate to see them trade one of their top prospects, such as Leo DeVries or Jamie Arnold, to make a run this year. I think they'll stay on the sidelines this time around.
Yeah. So speaking of Leo DeVries, I had just looked at a list of top prospects for every farm organization.
Yep.
And clearly Leo's at the top right now for the Athletics. And I think, I don't know if we'll see him this season at any point. But he's obviously very, very highly thought of and seems to be more than ahead of schedule in terms of his development. And so I think if you are wanting to do the longer term build like the Athletics seem to be doing, because I'm not saying it's not important to them now because they're in Sacramento or, they're not in their home barn yet. I'm not saying that they wouldn't go out and get a Skubal, but I do believe they're not in a instant rush. The only thing that makes me think, look, it's so hard to win a championship. It's hard to even make the playoffs and be competitive in the playoffs. It's kind of like, where are your priorities right now? Because if you do feel like you have enough to just make the playoffs and then we'll see what happens, because baseball's funny like that, maybe you do a move like this because you look at the division and it is a little weaker this year and you do feel like you have enough to keep right at the top in pace with the Mariners. I mean, that's the reason why I maybe would do it. And it's not like Skubal wouldn't be here
long-term in theory. They try and work something out.
I mean, they'd want him to be there for when Vegas
never
is.
been the A's playbook.
Yeah, but they're also going to Vegas, and maybe they look at it as a bigger thing.
They're going to drop $400 million on Tariq Skubal.
I highly doubt it. Yeah, I think this makes perfect sense for the A's. This take and this write up from the Athletic about the A's and Tariq Skubal. The A's cannot say with enough confidence that we are a Tariq Skubal away from being contenders. They can't.
Well, they first need to fix the hitting right now.
And we all know the priority of the Athletics is to bring as entertaining as a product as they can into a shiny new ballpark on the Strip in Las Vegas. That is the priority for the A's. That doesn't mean that they don't want to win right now and they don't want this young core. But let's be honest. If the A's make it to the playoffs in any capacity, whether they get bounced immediately or whatever, it's a win. It's a win because this young core is leading the way, right? This is when the A's traded for John Lester to try and combat with the Tigers, who had Justin Verlander after being bounced by the Tigers in back-to-back playoffs. That made sense because the A's felt we're ready to compete for a title, and we just couldn't get past this juggernaut in Detroit. that's the type of situation that I would expect Tariq Skubal to go to, or a team looking for Tariq Skubal to try and grab, not a position that the A's are in. So it's not at all surprising to me. Do you want to hear the write-up about your M's?
Yeah.
The
by the way, on a 7-game win streak.
Hooray. The Mariners have a deep rotation with Logan Gilbert, Brian Wu, George Kirby, Emerson Hancock, and Bryce Miller, and Luis Castillo, with Cade Anderson and Ryan Sloan on the way. They are not going to be players on a Skubal rental. They figure they're good. They got the arms they need.
I mean, I like the arms up there. They also just brought up one of their prospects who's killing it as well. Like, I think, again, there's going to be a certain place for Skubal. I don't think that he's not going to find a home. Like, I think that the Tigers could find a partner for sure. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't make as much sense with what we just listed out, with many of the two of those teams being right here in the AL West. So
the Athletic ranked the 7 best fits for Tariq Skubal. Number 7, the Toronto Blue Jays, who of course lost in the World Series to the Dodgers last year. Number 6, this one is interesting, the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Well, they're kind of like
they're trying to make some noise.
I know we don't want to see a World Series again with, what was it, the Diamondbacks and
Rangers.
I mean, that was one of the most forgettable. I don't mean to be rude. I covered the Diamondbacks. I like the Diamondbacks.
Stinky.
But I was like, come on now. But they're actually they're a decent team.
But you're trading for Skubal just to have a shot at catching the Dodgers, not beating them.
I don't know. The Diamondbacks, they throw money around sometimes.
They do.
They do.
I don't know. It would make more sense for the San Diego Padres, I think. And funny enough, they are 5th. Best fits for landing Tariq Skubal. That makes sense to me.
What do you think, Kyle?
The Padres going after him.
I mean, yes. I would love to have Tariq Skubal on the Padres. I mean, I don't think they have the prospect capital to do it because they traded all their prospects to get Juan Soto and a certain guy that we may know a thing or two about in Sacramento.
Thank you for Leo DeVries.
Thank you for Mason Miller, the best closer in all of baseball. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Athletics, for not caring about Sacramento enough to keep Mason Miller.
Number 4 best fit for Skubal, the New York Yankees. Okay, makes sense. The Yankees being big players, I'm surprised they're not higher on the list. Number 3, this would be really interesting. The Chicago Cubs, potentially out there to get Skubal. Number 2, the Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh, that would be fun.
Would it?
Yeah.
The Moneyball team?
A World Series played in a 10,000-seat stadium in Steinbrenner Field in Florida? That would be crazy.
We're complaining about something here with the playoffs.
Number 1, to nobody's surprise at all.
I don't even want to hear this.
The Los Angeles Dodgers.
This is where the line is drawn for me. I just think it's honestly laughable.
Like if they get the Dodgers get him, just who cares?
But I think that is where I don't care what anyone says. Like, go on strike, whatever you want. But this is not benefiting players to have everyone just going to LA. And it's not helping. Like, wake up, look yourselves in the mirror, and I understand the money. I understand it. This ain't helping you though. Mm-hmm. It's not. If this sort of thing happens again, that's a joke.
Here's the write-up on the Dodgers.
It's laughable.
Of course they're going to be in on Skubal. Just imagine an October rotation of Skubal, Yamamoto, Ohtani, Blake Snell, and Tyler Glasnow.
Jesus, I didn't even think about it that way.
They certainly have enough to trade as well. They could offer either Justin Roblesky, I always pronounce it wrong, or Emmett Sheehan off their major league roster, and one of their top outfield prospects such as Zahir Hope, Josue De Paula, or Eduardo Quintero. So
no, thank you.
Cool.
I don't.
So the Dodgers also have the best trade package.
Apparently,
well, of course. I mean, why don't they just play against themselves every year?
They might as well just split their roster in half and make that the World
Because
Series.
Shohei Ohtani cares about winning more than the rest of us.
Here is San Diego Padres write-up, by the way. We all know team president A.J. Preller is always going to be in the middle of a major trade, and he's always willing to trade the best prospects in his cabinet, including his top 3 pitching prospects. Cruz Schoolcraft, is that how you say his name? Miguel Mendez and Cash Mayfield. What a great name, Cash Mayfield. All right, well, there you go. If Skubal's a Dodger, I'm just not watching. I just don't care. Forget it. Who cares? We'll take the break. When we come back, the Memphis Grizzlies were the only team not to vote for the new draft lottery system. Well, they are incentivized to do that because of a pick that they landed in the trade with the Utah Jazz. But why would the Kings be good with it? Carmichael Dave asked that question last week. I think I have an answer to it. Plus, ESPN worked together to come up with NBA player comps for all the top prospects in this year's draft, and some names are familiar to us here in Sacramento. We'll go through that next to start the second hour of the show. You're listening to Matt and Kayla on a Tuesday, Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson and Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo Center from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X, plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
So the NBA is officially instilling the 3-2-1 draft lottery system. This system will essentially mean that the bottom 3 teams that used to have the best odds will now not have the worst necessarily, but will not have as good of odds as teams 4 through 10. And then the 2 lower play-in teams will also have 2 ping pong balls, which are the same odds as the bottom 3 teams in the relegation zone. Bum, bum, bum. And then you'll have the 2 other play-in teams have 1 ping pong ball. So the draft lottery is being extended from 14 teams to 16 teams now. And this vote to implement this system was nearly unanimous by the 30 NBA teams. The one team to vote against it, the Memphis Grizzlies. Now, they have a very particular reason why. Not only do they feel like, many feel like this is a bad system for a team that is rebuilding and genuinely needs talent like the Memphis Grizzlies, who, to be fair, will have the 3rd pick in this year's drafts and likely will take either Cam Boozer or Caleb Wilson. But they also made a trade for sending Jaren Jackson Jr. to the Utah Jazz, and they got a Jazz pick back as part of that deal. Well, because this new system is retroactive, meaning there are rules like you can't have the number 1 overall pick in consecutive years. So that means the Washington Wizards in next year's draft lottery cannot win the draft lottery. And you cannot have a top 5 pick, I think, 3 years in a row. Well, that is now the Utah Jazz because they have the 2nd overall pick in this year's draft. So that rule now negatively affects the Grizzlies who own the Jazz pick, right? So they have
crazy.
They have a reason not to like it.
Dude, it's not been the Memphis Grizzlies year.
No, it's been pretty well. They moved up in the draft.
Yeah,
lottery.
We'll see what happens with that, right? I mean, they have some really good talent that they can choose from.
Yes.
I'm actually somewhat rooting for them to figure out their stuff there.
Of course.
We're still not knowing what's happening with Ja Morant either.
Right.
But no surprise that everybody else pretty much voted yes on this. And we described this, I think, when it first came out, how confusing it sounded.
Mm-hmm.
I, at least, was very confused at first. But the more and more we spoke about it and broke down the logistics of it, it does seem like it could work.
Yeah.
But then again, this is Adam Silver. I don't know who he had on. I think it was Jake Gayden on that Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked about the new lottery system. And I don't know if it was Jake Gayden or somebody else, but the answer was somewhat of well, I don't think it was Jake, actually. I think it was somebody else that said this. It was why can't Adam Silver just do the diligence of putting down the hammer and he could have just fined teams. We didn't have to go back. Was it Jake Gayden? Yeah. We didn't have to go back and do all this stuff of here's the new details that are coming out. Let's see if this works.
See, I agree on the simplicity of that, but it's not as simple because it's not as black and white, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now Adam is laying down the hammer for some teams, but not laying down the hammer for others. Does he have full power and autonomy as the commissioner to choose the severity of the punishment for each team? There's not a precedent set, right? And that opens the door to, why the hell are you punishing the Utah Jazz? Why are you punishing me more than you're punishing the Brooklyn Nets who did the same thing? It's
just brothers and sisters. Why did I get grounded and she didn't?
Exactly. It opens a can of worms.
What did I do that
right?
she didn't do?
It opens a can of worms that could potentially be problematic for the league. But I do agree that would have been a whole lot simpler and would have been probably less of an overreaction to the draft lottery that we're seeing right now. But Carmichael Dave last week asked, I think it was on Friday, I was listening to it while I was driving to my golf trip. He asked, why would the Kings vote yes on this? How does it benefit the Kings at all? Because in theory, the Kings very easily could be a relegation team next year. Yeah. They could be a bottom 3 team.
Sure.
And they desperately need talent. Mm-hmm. The lottery is supposed to be there. The draft is supposed to be there to add talent to the teams that need it, to balance out the league more. So why would the Kings agree to this? I think I have an answer. And that answer is, because they already been doing it. They've already been doing this. They were a year ahead of schedule when the rest of the league was like, F it, we're tanking.
Right.
We don't care. Fine us. I don't give a damn. The Utah Jazz said F you. The Pacers said F you. These teams blatantly tanked, got fined for it, and said, we do not care. And it worked out. Well, it didn't work out for the Pacers. Sorry. They still got Zubats in a trade, though. Worked out great for the Utah Jazz. They got the number 2 pick.
Yeah.
And they got fined after trading for Jaren Jackson Jr. The Kings decided, hey, no. We're going to win basketball games right now. We're going to try to win basketball games right now because we want to focus on the players that are here. We believe tanking hurts our development. That was the philosophy of Doug Christie, clearly the philosophy of Scott Perry. They believed it was most beneficial for the Sacramento Kings to win games and prioritize their development, and they felt that whatever happens in the draft lottery will happen, and we'll end up with a pick, and we'll get a player, and we'll keep on moving. So I believe that the Kings, including Scott Perry, and we can call this short-sighted if we want to. Certainly we debated this and talked about this a lot when the Kings season was still going on and talking about tanking a lot. I believe that Scott Perry thinks it's more valuable to the organization to implement a system that there's no even temptation of losing now.
Right.
There's none.
Mm-hmm.
Just win as many games as you possibly can. You're probably not going to win a lot, and you might hopefully end up in that 4 to 10 team range, bottom 4 to 10 team, where you get 3 ping pong balls, which is like 10% or something like that at the number 1 overall pick. Like that's I think what they're prioritizing.
I think in a way it doesn't make it easier to win. Like winning is hard, right? Especially if you don't have all your pieces in place exactly how you want them. That's going to be something that they're going to have to start to figure out starting with this draft pick. But it almost makes it simpler in a way that, like, okay, now we don't even have to think about if we're back in this situation, do we feel like we have to secretly tank or whatever you want to call it, tank with integrity, whatever that might be.
Soft tank.
Yeah, they can just kind of focus.
Ethical tank.
We could go on for days.
Which is a hilarious term.
It's like, come on, this defeats the purpose. But tanking is tanking. But it does make it simpler on their objective now, which it should always be winning. But there's always those times in the season, like this year or this last year, when they thought they were maybe going to be a more decent team than they were. And they had to shift. And they had to shift, like you said, and make that decision. You hope that they can be a somewhat competitive team, at least to stay out of the relegation zone. But that's all they have to focus on is like, how do we just continue to work with the pieces that we have here? Now, the difficult part is how do we become that team that can at least compete in the middle? That's the difficult part.
A lot of us here in Sacramento have accepted the reality to this point that building through the draft, while it's certainly not a foolproof plan. In fact, remember on Thursday of last week, we went over the numbers that ESPN put out of like how rare it is to actually draft a top 5 pick that actually helps you win a title. Like it doesn't happen very much. So the draft is very much a crapshoot. But for a small market team like the Sacramento Kings, because they haven't been a free agency destination and it's difficult to pull off good trades, or it has been at least in the past to pull off good trades for this organization, the draft is our number one hope. I can tell you with confidence and certainty that Scott Perry doesn't think that way. I can tell you with confidence and certainty that Scott Perry recognizes the importance of the draft. Of course, he knows he's got to nail this 7th overall pick and whatever he decides to do with it. And coming up in the lunch break, we'll talk about at noon. Carmichael Dave floating out there the buzz that he's hearing about the Kings' willingness to trade up for Darius Acuff again. But I think Scott believes that he can and will turn Sacramento into a free agency destination. I think Scott believes, based off of his history and some of the trades that he made in New York, that he will be able to pull off successful, beneficial, high-profile trades here in Sacramento. Now, we can all look at that with skepticism like, okay, Scott, we haven't seen it really happen yet, so if you're going to be the guy to do it, okay, we'll believe it when we see it, of course. But I firmly believe that Scott Perry, another reason why he is okay with this draft lottery system, because it's going to allow the Kings to freely focus on winning basketball games and developing their talent now. Doug Christie has the green light to win as many games to keep his job as possible. It'll be a total crapshoot in the draft lottery, and they'll have their pick wherever it ends up and see what player they get or what they decide to do with the pick. But he can focus on trying to build a product that will ultimately and establish a reputation for the Kings organization around the league that players will hopefully want to be a part of one day. Sounds like wishful thinking, but you want your GM to think that way.
You have to. I don't care if that's wishful thinking. If you don't have that mentality wherever you go, whether that be a smaller market or a bigger market. And do you think that Presti went in and all of that crew went into Oklahoma City being a smaller market. I mean, it's a small market. And thought, like, we're not going to turn this thing into something big. Like, if you don't have that mindset, then you shouldn't be a GM.
Right.
I think that it's going to take a minute. You can't turn something into shiny gold overnight. Like, you got to go through the process of melting it and all that stuff and making it valuable. But I think that his mentality is we're going to get there, and that should be the mentality. Now, how many pieces can you get in terms of competing quickly? Like, that's the big question. Like, whoever you draft, if it's a hit, it can help you get there faster. If you can make one of these off-season moves, i.e. a Sabonis or something like this, and start to really put the roster where you want it and to make it fit how you want it, then maybe we see some of these results come a little bit quicker. But no one can predict that yet. We're just waiting for the damn draft.
In my mind, there are two things that Scott Perry cannot do. And one of them I firmly believe he will not do because he's talked about not doing it. That's trade future draft capital for win-now moves.
Right.
I don't think he's going to do that. Not now. Not yet. Maybe down the line in a few years where, oh my gosh, we have a core we can add to it with this player that's available. Okay, now we'll talk about it then. And maybe, just maybe, you can potentially use future draft capital to move up in this year's draft. If you do that, you better be damn sure about what you're moving up to go and get.
Exactly.
Again, we'll talk about that at noon. And that's why a lot of people are spooked by the idea of trading up. I understand that. The other thing that Scott Perry absolutely cannot do with this draft lottery system, and I'd like to believe he's not going to do it, is, well, now we're incentivized to win games because of the new draft lottery system. So, okay, that means we're going to play Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine a little bit more now and kind of put the development of Max and Dylan and whatever this rookie that they bring in on the back burner. I don't believe that the Kings are thinking that way. I don't believe Scott Perry is thinking that way. I don't think he's going to use this draft lottery system to justify keeping these high-money players around. I still believe if he had his way, both Domas and Zach LaVine would be gone, financially at least, which I don't know if that either of those are going to happen. Allen jokes about the hybrid rebuild, but this is kind of like what you're talking about now. You want to still develop your players and win basketball games because you're no longer incentivized to lose. But you can't do that by playing Zach LaVine 35 minutes a night and Domantas Sabonis 38 minutes a night. And, hey, Max, after that great rookie year that you had where you made All-NBA second team, you're a backup center, buddy. Here's 15 minutes. You can't do that.
So my question to you was saying that, because in real life, realistically, if we got like, 4 more months left or whatever in the summer, 3 more months left. I don't even know what
until
day
training
it is.
camp, you mean? Or
just the season, just with all these moves that can happen.
Yeah, 4 months.
Yes, but summertime, like with a lot of where the moves are going to take place, if they do take place. Realistically, do we think that they can right now, in this moment, move Zach LaVine and or Sabonis? Definitely not both.
I think they're going to try, but I think the odds are neither of them are going anywhere.
So here's the thing then. Are you saying that Scott Perry and company is going to be like, do not start a Zach LaVine and a Sabonis is going to start.
Yes, Sabonis is going to play.
I believe Zach LaVine will start.
Yes.
If he's here. But you're just saying the managing of minutes is going to be key with how they deal with the second-year players and the development still.
It was very clear to start this season that the veterans were going to play a lot and did play a lot.
Yeah,
that can't
to start it.
happen again. If Russell Westbrook comes back, great. Still can't happen. Like this rookie that you draft 7th overall, I'm not saying he has to start day one because that's like you, but that rookie needs to be playing minimum 20 minutes a night immediately. Maxime Reynaud cannot drop to 15 minutes a night because he's backing up Domas. If you're going to play this 2-center lineup together, that's great. That means Dylan Cardwell is going to have to take a step back. Okay, that makes sense, but how big of a step back? Not a colossal step back. Why would you intentionally stop the own momentum that you prioritized over tanking this season? It makes no sense. You chose not to lose games to try and develop these players. And now there's a draft lottery system that no longer incentivizes losing games, and suddenly you're going to stop developing these players to play these other guys? Like, it doesn't make sense. You're going backwards, or you're pushing against yourself. So if Domantas Sabonis is still here and healthy, he's going to start. He's going to play great.
Yeah.
Figure out how you can run Domas and Max together, or Max and Dylan together, or Dylan and Domas together at different times so that those other two young centers are still getting a healthy amount of minutes. And if Domas's minutes drop from 38 to 34 or 33, great. And with Zach LaVine, what I believe is going to happen is the Kings are going to tell Zach, if you pick up your option and stay here,
that's a good
you're going to play,
yeah.
but you're not a dude. You're not the guy. You're going to play, and your minutes are going to drop to 30 or less minutes a game.
I think that's the conversation that I hope, if it's not already happened, it's about to happen, because you're exactly right. We hear about the players saying that Perry is very transparent with them.
Yes.
And we've heard the veterans say this, like a DeMar DeRozan, like, get to the point.
Zach's talked about it.
Yeah, you're right. Zach has. So this is, I think, the perfect time for some of this to happen, where what you just said needs to be, if that is what the Kings are thinking, which we believe that's probably what they're thinking, that is a conversation that has to happen.
Yes.
And does it change the mind of Zach in terms of his option or what? No. I mean, he's going to take the money, but at least he's being told, like, look, man, when you're on the bench for a certain amount of time and we've got some of these younger players, we told you.
Yeah.
Like, it's all about just being transparent.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to like it, but that's just the situation the Kings are in right now.
Yeah.
And that's the job of Scott Perry, to kind of have to be the bearer of bad news in that way. And he has an option if he wants it. He's just probably not going to take it.
The only difference with the LaVine situation, too, is that, say Scott can't move anybody this offseason. Like, Sabonis doesn't get moved, DeRozan doesn't get moved, Monk doesn't get moved.
Yep.
I'm forgetting one. LaVine doesn't get moved. Their last chance or their exit to get under the luxury tax is to just buy out Zach LaVine. And that could happen before training camp. That could happen at the trade deadline.
Or cut DeMar and pay the $10 million.
Well, they would still be a little bit over at that point.
I think you're right. Yeah, by a couple million.
They would still be a little bit over. So their last-ditch scenario is, we'll buy out Zach LaVine. Yeah. He gives back, I don't know, $8 million of the $48 million, and then he goes and signs somewhere else.
Jeez Louise.
Which I don't think the Kings are going to do.
But it's their last-ditch scenario if they truly can't move anyone.
If they think it's really putting them in a predicament.
Well, the point I think you're getting at, Kayla, is expectations just have to be perfectly clear and established for everybody.
Yep.
When we get into training camp, there's no, hey, maybe you could play. Like, no.
Yep.
These are the expectations. This is where we're at as an organization. Hey, Russ, if you come back and the Kings just drafted a point guard, Russ, your job is to mentor that point guard, and you might start the first handful of games, but as soon as that point guard is ready, brother, you're going to the bench.
Yep.
Or we're playing you at the 2 if we don't feel like we have a starting caliber 2. And we'll play you at the 2, and you can play next to each other for a little while. Like, if Russ comes back, and that's the credit to Russ and credit to DeMar, both of them at the end of last season understood the assignment. They did. It took them a while. It took longer than I wanted for them to get there, but both of them, especially DeMar and Russ, understood the assignment by the end of last year. So it's clear as day to them. Domas, listen, you're out of all the veterans, you have the potential to be part of this core more than anybody else. But still, you have to understand where we're at as an organization, and you are not the centerpiece. You're the best player on the team right now, but you're not the centerpiece of this team.
No, and I get, like, it sucks, right? I mean, I get, like, players, I know he's making a lot of money, and I know that, you know, it's frustrating because he just hasn't done enough here. He doesn't fit in this situation at this time. Like, this is what happens when you're a player, though, and you take money and you go to a place that kind of is now rebuilding in a way, or retooling, and has a different general manager and everything. Like, them's just a break sometimes, too, for players. Like, you got to figure it out and be able to accept the fact that if you're not going to play as many minutes as you would like to, well, you're taking the money, though. And it's just like, not every situation is perfect all the time. So it's just unfortunate. I get it as a player to have to, like, maybe have your minutes cut, or
it's where the Kings are
but
at.
That's just what this organization is right now. And he just happens to be in a little bit of the muddy water.
Yeah, time is on your side. That doesn't mean you can waste it. And I think by Scott Perry also bringing Doug Christie back this year, why I think it's a positive, is Doug is back because primarily how well he handled the ups and downs of the season and how much the young guys support him. Okay, now Doug doesn't have to worry about I might lose my job, so I have to play Zach LaVine because it's the best chance for me to win to keep my job.
That also has to be something that we're not continuing to ask questions about throughout the season.
That doesn't mean Doug's job is guaranteed beyond this year, but there is a firm understanding and confidence that Scott Perry instills in Doug. He owes it to Doug to instill the confidence that this is the direction we're going in, and it will not be held against you when we evaluate bringing you back. That then what incentive does Doug have to carry it out? That doesn't make any sense. You want to hear some of the player comps for
I did read some of these, which I did
you
like
saw
the
some
one.
of these? So these are from ESPN. Both Tim Bontemps and Jeremy Woo came up with high-end and low-end player comps for all of the prospects. I'll give you a few as an example. A.J. DeBonsa. High-end, a supercharged version of Jaylen Brown. Low-end, a supercharged version of R.J. Barrett.
Okay.
Darren Peterson. High-end, Damian Lillard with better tools. Low-end, Jamal Murray with better defense. Cam Boozer. High-end, Kevin Love with more ball skills. Low-end, Domantas Sabonis with better three-point shooting.
Wow. There's DeMontis on there.
There he is. Caleb Wilson. High-end, a bouncier Pascal Siakam. Low-end, peak John Collins.
Ooh.
Yikes, that low-end's a little scary. Keaton Wagler. High-end, slower-paced Tyrese Halliburton. Low-end, Andrew Nembhard with less defense.
Yep.
That's a wide gap of success right there.
Darius Acuff Jr.
Yep, I've read this one.
High end, Jalen
Yeah,
Brunson.
it's my guy.
Low end, Mike Bibby.
Interesting.
Sacramento Kings legend.
Interesting.
Hey, I like Mike. My favorite player growing up. I love me a Mike Bibby.
We have a lot of Mike Bibby fans.
If that's
here, right?
the low end of Darius Acuff Jr., I'm a fan of that. All right.
Well, also zero-time All-Star, you know.
That's true.
Somehow.
Kingston Flemings. High end, De'Aaron Fox. Low end.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Low end, Brandon Knight.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ade Mara, the center out of Michigan. High end, Brooke Lopez with more passing. Sign me up. Low end, less athletic, Andrew Bogut. Eesh.
Was Andrew Bogut even athletic?
Exactly.
And who is that again?
That was Ade Mara, the 7'3"
Ade Mara, that's right.
center.
Yeah, from Michigan.
Michael Brown Jr., who right now on SactownSports.com, the Sactown Sports app, our own Brendan Nunez put out his Sactown scouting report of Michael Brown Jr. Go and check it out. Brendan will join us at 1 o'clock. Michael Brown Jr., high end, a smaller LaMelo Ball. Low end, D'Angelo Russell. Yeah. Nate Ahmet.
Oh, I'm interested in this one. I didn't see this.
High end, bigger Harrison Barnes.
Okay. Huh.
Okay. Solid role player. Low end, bigger Zaire Williams. Yeah. Braden Burries. High end, less athletic Derek White.
Oh, geez.
Low end, Quentin Grimes. And I think this is the last one. Yep. Finally, Yaxel Lindeborg.
Who I am completely out on.
The old man from Michigan.
Woof.
High end, Jalen Johnson. Low end, Aaron Gordon.
Low end, Aaron Gordon?
Right?
I don't know about that one.
Interesting.
I don't believe those two players need motivation to play the game. And from the conversation we had, that man needs all the motivation and push from people around him.
A scout's take also mentions Tobias Harris.
Oof.
Well, hey, there are some player comps
That's
to
interesting,
give you an
though.
idea of
I love the
what
Darius
Hey,
one.
Darius Acuff Jr., Jalen Brunson,
Let's
or
go,
Mike
Darius.
Bibby. Sign me up.
Let's go, D.
Sign me up. We'll take the break. When we come back, yesterday on our show, at the very beginning of our show, the NFL world was rocked by Myles Garrett being traded to the Rams. Well, The Athletic put out a story giving us some inside information about how that Myles trade came about and all the information of how long it took and how long the conversations were going on. And then we'll get to pick a side, including Steph Curry signing a massive but somewhat controversial shoe deal. That's all still to come in the second hour of the show. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step. providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
When life calls for a little extra, a kitchen upgrade, paying off debt, or that dream vacation, Valley Strong Credit Union is here to help. With a Valley Strong home equity loan, you can tap into your home's value with competitive rates, flexible terms, and local guidance you can trust. Get approved in as little as 5 minutes, with funding in as few as 5 days. Your goals are within reach. Visit valleystrong.com to get your offer today. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your possibilities. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 456506.
Remember the days of real country music? Now you can get your favorite classic country every day on 105.1 HD3 The Ranch. Listen to The Ranch on the free KNCI app or anytime at 105.1 HD3.
Sacramento's best selection, best quality, and lowest prices on kitchen and bath products are at the new Anova Cabinet and Stone. For a limited time, get stunning new quartz countertops starting at just $159. That's right, only $159 for gorgeous quartz countertops. Listen to this. For a limited time, cabinets for kitchens and bathrooms are up to 50% off. Yes, up to 50% off new cabinets. It's a must-see. The new Anova Cabinet and Stone at Florin Road and Highway 99. Learn more at AnovaCabinetStone.com.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
It's time for your Sactown Scouting Report, breaking down the top prospects for the Sacramento Kings ahead of the 2026 NBA Draft.
Michael Brown Jr., point guard, Louisville.
Feels like Michael Brown Jr. doesn't get talked about enough for some reason. The upside is there, just like people like with some of the other guard prospects. He can shoot it off the dribble deep from beyond the arc, play with a lot of pace, and already has a level of ball screen comfort that stands out for a young guard. The combination of shooting and creation give him a notable upside at the NBA level, something that the Kings could definitely use.
Read the entire breakdown from Brendan Nunez right now at SactownSports.com. Presented by Power Business Technology. Copiers and printers for all your office needs. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
I think the NFL world is still recovering from the fallout of the Myles Garrett nuke, the trade to the Los Angeles Rams that happened yesterday. By the way, I just saw on social media, apparently Pat McAfee said that he reached out to Aaron Darnold and texted him about, hey, you thinking about coming back now that Myles Garrett's a Ram? And he said, I'm thinking about it.
Some pictures of him recently, some video? Like, he looks like he is ready to go.
Of course he does. He's a beast.
Crazy.
Can you imagine if he came back? Oh, my God, that'd be terrible.
Right?
Well, The Athletic put out a long-form article breaking down and going inside the seismic Myles Garrett trade. We're not going to read through all of it, but I pulled out just some nuggets for us to kind of react to. Apparently, I mean, Who hasn't? But the Rams have apparently wanted him for years. Like, they started talking about this, back in like 2022 or something like that.
21, I think.
21.
Yeah.
Apparently, Myles Garrett is one of Sean McVay's like all-time favorite players ever.
Sure.
Like, Sean loves him.
Not hard to see.
Loves him. But they've had serious trade talks about Myles Garrett, the Browns and the Rams, since March. Apparently, the ownership meetings are where things really started to pick up steam, too.
I think it was in Phoenix this year.
Yeah, in Phoenix.
Yeah, Scottsdale.
One high-ranking team source, don't know who it is, says that this trade is going to break the NFL. Over dramatic, Kayla, or does that high-ranking source have a point?
I mean, I'm wondering what that means, really. Like, what the hell's the meaning behind that?
Like, you can't stop the Rams now?
Yeah, like, break the NFL. Like, I already feel like we all think the Rams are going to be the best team, at least preseason odds. They're now the favorite to win the Super Bowl. But even before getting Myles Garrett, I think they were right up there. If not, I think they're probably top 3 of being one of the favorites.
Sure.
Unless there's something crazy that we'll figure out down the line in terms of breaking the NFL. But yeah, I laughed at this a little bit because I honestly thought what broke the NFL is what happened with how bad the trade situation was with your guy, Max Crosby.
That did break the NFL.
And that's what broke the NFL, in my opinion, because I feel like there's going to be things that are going to have to be done during that tampering period that's going to fix this and prevent this from happening again. This is not a surprise in terms of like the Rams being the dominant team. I think everybody kind of expected them to be right up there. So I don't really understand this is going to break the NFL. I mean, we get it. Like, the Rams are good. Like, they get what they want, just like the LA Dodgers get what they want. People want to go play there.
Excuse me. My interpretation of that quote is him, whoever this executive is or team source is, basically saying, yeah, there's nothing we can do. It's just like Myles Garrett's a Ram. Their offense is really good. That defense is now incredible. There's nothing we can do. Like, they're heading to the Super Bowl. That's how I interpret it, which is like not so much a reaction to be taken super seriously as much as it is like, we're screwed. Myles Garrett's a Ram.
I think what we always forget in sports, though, is we can get so hyped up on this is what this perfect team looks like with all of its players healthy. Like, the reality is in the NFL especially, and the type of sport it is players get hurt.
Yep.
And Matthew Stafford is not 20-something years old. And he has had issues with the shoulder in the past. And I'm not saying that he's not going to be healthy this year. He was for the most part last year. But just because they got Myles Garrett doesn't guarantee them a Super Bowl.
Of course not.
There are still a lot of things that can happen throughout the season. And by the way, they still do play, in my opinion, in the toughest division in the NFL right now, in the NFC West. And so, yes, I know they're the top of the NFC West right now with that move that was just made, but there are still 2 really good teams in the mix that they have to go up against twice a year.
I mean, they're just clearly all in. Like, they're as championship or bust as it gets in the NFL.
And it's not surprising, though. They did this
Before.
2021 season, when was it? When they won the Super Bowl? 2021, right? They did the same exact thing that season.
Because they're LA. They can do this because they're just going to get a star. It's LA, man. It is the way it is.
And let's not diminish the fact that Sean McVay, we talk about Kyle Shanahan, how we talk about Kyle Shanahan.
Sure.
Sean McVay needs to be talked about.
Oh, of course.
As one of the best coaches in the NFL.
Well, he already has been.
I mean, he's him. Like, he's up there.
Yeah.
If you like him or not. I'm not a huge fan of him, but he's a good coach.
You hit one of the best coaches in the league in a market like Los Angeles. Man, it's a Phil Jackson effect.
Yeah.
I thought this was really interesting. This is a bit of information that came out of this article. Both sides, the Browns and the Rams, believed that this trade would get done on draft night. Now, what I mean by that is, because it's hard to misconstrue the words, that doesn't mean that they thought the trade would get done on draft night, but they went into draft night believing this trade is going to happen. They felt pretty confident. Both sides felt pretty confident. A Myles Garrett trade was going to happen on draft night, which influenced their draft night decisions, including why the Rams decided to take Ty Simpson in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was interesting.
I get what you're saying
because,
with this.
how are they even remotely connected? The only thing that makes sense to me is because we were talking about why would the Rams, who are in win now mode, use their first round pick on a backup quarterback for the freaking MVP? That doesn't make sense. He's not going to help them contribute right now. Well, maybe the Rams feel comfortable enough doing that because they know they got the best freaking defensive player in the league that's very close to coming over. So that's their big acquisition to win now.
I get it makes a little more sense now. Now, I still can't figure out what was real and fake with the Sean McVay reactions and the awkwardness. I'm sorry, that was not, we are not making up that was awkward. There are too many people that felt the same way as we felt on this show, national people that felt the same way, is it was awkward as hell. So I don't really know the meaning behind what really happened.
McVay claims that he didn't want to celebrate the drafting of a quarterback while Matthew Stafford had just signed a new deal and was still there because he didn't want to undermine Stafford in any way. And the article also talks about other sources like outside or like knew that McVay had been talking up Ty Simpson to other people before the draft itself. But still, that could sound like, that feels like more damage control after how awkward it was versus a reason he reacted
I guess
way.
he just needs to go down to L.A. and get some acting classes because, I mean, he's right at his footsteps. I mean, he could go in and read at any time there in L.A. But thank you.
I like that one. That was a good one.
But in all seriousness, if Ty Simpson was really who they were eyeing, good for them.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have a plan to succeed Matthew Stafford, or they think they have a plan to succeed him. He can learn under Stafford for at least a year, maybe 2. But it makes sense now because it's like, okay, you didn't go and get one of these prospects that could start right away because you did have the plan to inherit or trade for whatever you want to call Myles Garrett. Then this makes sense too. Remember when I brought up that Todd Monken, the head coach, had not even been face-to-face with Myles Garrett yet? So this now totally explains that they've known for a while that Garrett was going to L.A.
Bill Barnwell made the point to answer your question that the reason they make the draft pick now is that now they have no pathway to get a top quarterback because they traded all this draft capital to get Myles Garrett. So even if they wanted to go back up and get a quarterback later, they can't do it anymore.
Stop me if you heard this before, Kayla. The Browns are eyeing next year's quarterback class. That's one of the reasons why they moved on from Myles Garrett.
I'm nauseous.
The Browns are looking for a quarterback. Who knew?
I'm nauseous. Man,
here we go again.
This is why I don't want them to be a failed franchise for the fans' sake. Unfortunately, it is incompetence at the highest level. When you continue to just draft quarterbacks because you want to hit on, that's not the way you do things. And they cannot figure out the quarterback situation there. They literally have a room that is just full of quarterbacks that's so random, whether it be Deshaun Watson, who at one point signed one of the biggest deals we've ever seen, that barely played, to drafting 2 quarterbacks last year. Like, it's insane. And they don't even really know yet who their quarterback is. But guess what? Whoever it isn't here this year that doesn't step up to the plate or doesn't convince them, that's okay. They're just going to go draft one next year.
Why?
It's incompetence.
You've traded Myles Garrett away. You're eyeing next year's draft class, so clearly you don't want to win. So why the hell would you play Deshaun Watson? Why? Just play Shedeur Sanders, unless they feel like Deshaun Watson is so washed and bad and Shedeur Sanders actually has upside.
I'd go with Shedeur at this point.
Shedeur might win them more games than Deshaun, so that's why they're playing Deshaun, so that they can lose enough games to get a top pick.
I think if you drafted someone, and I know there's a lot of controversy behind the pick of Shedeur Sanders last year because they had already picked Dylan Gabriel before him out of Oregon, but then Dylan just didn't play well enough, and they started Shedeur at the end of the season. Shedeur actually, showed some promise.
Of course.
And I think, at least let him go out there and see what he can do. If you see him develop over the season, maybe you found your quarterback. Maybe you don't. If he doesn't, then they just get a good pick in terms of going and drafting someone else. But I don't think it helps you at all. Besides the money factor, I think we're over that with Deshaun Watson. I don't think it helps you to play Deshaun Watson. I really don't.
Last thing from this article, Sean McVay was very, it was really important to him to keep all this under wraps and stop it from leaking out before he had the opportunity to speak to Jared Verse, who was the young Rams player traded to the Browns as part of this deal. And apparently a source said that Verse handled it with, quote, pure class.
Yeah, he's from Akron. He's from Akron, Ohio.
Okay.
Which is pretty much Cleveland.
Close enough.
So for him...
So he knows better than anything what he's getting into.
I know we dogged on, going to Cleveland, and look, it's not sunny LA. But I will say this. I've met a lot of players from Ohio, covered a lot of players from Ohio. Those guys are so damn proud to be from Ohio. Mm-hmm. And I don't think maybe it's as bad as we thought, possibly for him going there, at least because he's going to get paid, right? His contract's it's going to be up. He's going to need a new contract. They're going to pay him because he's the future there. Mm-hmm. And he's a Ohio boy. So maybe he takes a little more pride in it than some other player that was traded to lowly Cleveland, Ohio.
We got Pick a Side coming up next, including Kayla doesn't like Bryce Harper, but apparently he said something that she liked and she agrees with. We'll talk about that and Pick a Side. TC, we see you on hold. Wants to talk about Rick Adelman. We'll try and get you into the next segment as well before our lunch break at noon. You're listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson at Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo Center from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X, plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey there, Mark and Tom, the travel and entertainment guys, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for our weekly travel tip. And with it, once again, Mark Hoffman.
Now that Southwest has ended its long-time pick a seat when you get on policy, everyone boarding a plane has a boarding pass with a specific seat assignment on it. But for some, that assignment is only a suggestion. If they don't have the seat they want, they sit in your seat and wait for you to board so they can plead their case to get you to switch. Best approach. Wait for the person who has the seat you want to board, then approach them. If you're trying to trade an aisle for an aisle or a window for a window in the same section of the plane, you'll probably be well received. Of course, now that the cabin has several different price points, you can't expect someone who has paid for extra legroom or a prime location to exchange their seat for your middle seat in the back. Don't be a bully. Be kind and explain why you need to make the change, traveling with a child or someone needing help in flight. And good luck.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler. Saturdays, 11 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Typically, a high handicapper carries an index of 20 or more. Golf Monthly's Barry Plummer offers 4 tips if you're tired of that high handicap. First, choose the right equipment. Invest in a 5-wood, which is more forgiving than a 3-wood or 3 hybrid. It's a much better option for getting the ball in the air. Second, play for bogey on par 5s. Break the longer your holes into manageable chunks, perhaps aiming to hit the green with 4 easy swings while also navigating away from the trouble along the way. 3, leave the sand wedge in the bag for chipping. Up and down percentages are almost twice as good when chipping a 9-iron over a sand wedge, and 3.5 times better with the putter. And finally, stop leaving your putts short. A 20 handicapper leaves 55% of their missed putts short of the hole. Give yourself a chance with every attempt and don't leave another putt short. Try these simple tips and let's see whether your handicap starts to come down. And have some fun out there. That'll help too. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Injured at work, slip, trip, or a heavy object fall on you? Fareed Guptill, Esquire at DTLA Law Group fights to get you paid while you recover. Don't wait. Protect your rights today. Text Injury Help to 40222 or visit calldowntown.com now. That's Injury Help to 40222. Text rates may apply. Office located at 560 Santa Fe, Los Angeles. Results or outcome may vary. No attorney-client relationship is implied. Visit them at calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com.
Catch the future of San Francisco Giants baseball right here in Sacramento with the Sacramento River Cats at Sutter Health Park. See tomorrow's stars take the field today and be part of the big league journey. Get your River Cats baseball tickets now at rivercats.com.
Pick a side, any side. It's time for Pick a Side on Matt and Kayla.
Yes, indeed, it is time to pick a side. A massive shoe deal for Steph Curry. Bryce Harper talking about momentum. And something I want to talk about if we have time for it, the College Softball World Series versus College Baseball World Series.
Speaking of baseball, can I say one really quick thing?
Sure.
I just saw Jeff Passan wearing a Griffey sweatshirt. I should have worn my Griffey top shirt today because on this day in 1987, he was the number 1 overall pick in the MLB draft.
Yay for your Mariners.
No, I think there are a lot of Griffey fans that are not
course.
just Mariners fans. I know Jay on the Drive Guys, he's a huge Mariners fan. There's a lot of Griffey fans.
Sure, that's like
kid.
people being like LeBron fans, you know. It's like
but he's way cooler than LeBron. Anyway.
Wow, hot take there.
I don't think
By
that's
the
a
way,
hot take.
first number 1 pick to ever go into the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
All right, it's time to pick a side. Kyle, topic number 1.
All right, you mentioned it a second ago. Steph Curry signed a massive new deal with Chinese company Li Ning, which is, I realize in English, very clever wordplay. But,
what is it?
Well, Li Ning.
Oh, okay.
It's like a word.
Okay.
But anyways, so I was reading it. It comes with like, he gets his own golf brand.
Golf
he
line.
gets
Sign me up for that.
Yeah, bunch of perks for joining the company. I guess they have Jimmy Butler and Dwayne Wade and some other famous athletes. So was this the right decision for old Steph Curry?
I mean, as the shoe expert of the show, I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like the brand is able to go global at the same level like the Jordan brand has gone global. It obviously opens up Steph Curry and like to an international audience, which he's already very big with. Steph Curry famously went with De'Aaron Fox to, I think that was China that they went to the year after the Beam Team year. After facing each other in the playoffs, they went together overseas because De'Aaron was one of the first players, if not the first player for the Curry brand actually to sign to get a shoe deal. So, I mean, listen, I'm sure Steph got a boatload of money because of this as well, and Steph doesn't seem to make bad decisions, so good on Steph Curry.
Yeah, I mean, it's always like, could we sign with a company that's here in, the U.S.? You want to support, the economy and everything, so maybe that's what people look at it as not being the right move. I mean, I'm not Steph Curry. I'm not a businessman like he is, and I'm also, I don't know what his future plans are in terms of what he wants to do after basketball, but obviously he feels like this is the best way to get his sneaker out to the international audience, because there is such an international audience for basketball, like all over the country, over in China especially. They love hoops over there. So yeah, I don't think it was a bad decision. I can't speak for him, and I probably shouldn't be hating on him either, because I sure wish I had some money in the bank like that.
The Kayla ones. I don't know what those shoes
I would
look
love
like.
to design a shoe, though. I love designing. I would love to do that.
Yeah, you could do the K1.
Ooh, I like that.
That might be taken.
Is it? Oh, like
Isn't Kyler Murray calls himself K1?
well,
I think?
I don't really care about him.
Anyway, if you guys ever want a fascinating story, I had to read about this when I was writing my book. Check out like the Steph Curry like sneaker economy. Like he simultaneously transformed the sneaker economy and then bankrupted Under Armour. Like it's truly
because he was with Under Armour, right?
Yeah. So when like if you look at the numbers, Steph Curry in 2015, because he was with Nike and famously Nico Harrison was a Nike executive and he botched the pitch to Steph Curry, leading to Steph Curry signing with Under Armour. But Steph Curry in 2015, the year he broke out as an MVP, his sales increase for Under Armour for the Curry ones was the equivalent of like Michael Jordan in 1987. Like that's the amount of value he was bringing to Under Armour. And then the Curry 2s were such a complete flop that Under Armour poured all this money into the Curry brand, gave him like a lifetime contract, and then it just screwed the company. Like they poured all this money into it, and the Curry 2s were the biggest disaster shoe reveal in history. It's really an amazing story of how this is even happening now.
Interesting.
It's crazy. It's one of the craziest stories I've ever read about, and the sneaker economy is crazy. Anyways, Bryce Harper.
Kayla's favorite person.
Yes, he says, we can't lose momentum. Talking about the players with an MLB strike on the horizon. Are the players going to fold their hands and give in to a salary cap system before a holdout?
I do find that very interesting coming from a guy like Bryce Harper, who is at the top when it comes to players who, you know, are speaking their minds and that, you know, are very well known in the league. And for him to say exactly what I said the other day, how can they afford to lose the momentum they have? Well, this is now coming from Bryce Harper. He feels like they also have, as MLB, a lot of momentum, more than they have before. And so it does make me curious to think, like, it might be an interesting meeting of the players in terms of what they really want to come to when it comes to decision. Because I think for a lot of them, it is important to keep the game in really good graces because they can't afford to get back to what it was a while ago, which was non-existent for people caring.
Bryce Harper is in year 8 of a 13-year, $330 million contract.
That is wild.
With the Philadelphia Phillies.
Underpaid.
He's making $27.5 million this year, which it will be that number. It's been that number for the last few years. It'll be that number all the way until the 2029 season when he's 36 years old. Then it drops to 23.5, which it'll be that number for the final 3 years. So Bryce has already signed his long-term big money deal. I mean, I don't think the players should fold, of course, to the wills of the owner and this salary cap. And that first salary cap number that they came out with was laughable because it's over $100 million lower than the current Dodgers payroll. Like, you're not even remotely close to what that number would be. But ultimately, I do believe a deal will have to get done to where a salary cap exists. It just is how high is that salary cap? How much are the players willing to budge? How much of the owner? That's why I think we're in for just a long, obnoxious lockout because both sides have their feet very firmly planted. Yeah.
So, I mean, pick or choose your poison. I don't think that they can. I think it is a long upward climb back to being momentum-wise relevant again if they do this. And it goes for a long time. I'm just, Dems as the breaks. I love baseball, but I've said Dems as the breaks a lot today, but that's, I guess, what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Fans, I feel like, are collectively prepared. This whole story did remind me of one of the funniest things that I've ever seen, which was last year when Rob Manfred did his annual meeting to the Phillies clubhouse, and Bryce Harper told him to his face, if you want to speak about a salary cap, you can get the F out of our clubhouse.
And I remember you said something along the lines of that.
Yeah.
Before, because now that's
right.
Funny.
It's an incredible thing to say to the commissioner to his face and then have it get reported. It was hilarious.
What do we got?
All right, last one for today. College softball World Series or baseball World Series?
So I married a softball player, so I'm definitely biased. But this time of the year is wonderful because the college softball World Series, and even the regionals beforehand and everything, on constantly in my house. And if you've missed some of the college softball World Series action from Texas A&M barely beating UCLA and UCLA's epic comeback only to lose in extras. Texas A&M just knocked off Alabama yesterday to punch their ticket to the championship game against Texas. So it's Texas versus Texas A&M in the championship game. The Longhorns defeated, I believe, Tennessee in order to get to the championship game. College softball is so freaking fun to watch. The pace of the game is amazing. The stars are incredible. The drama is incredible.
Did you see the Nebraska player that was pregnant?
Yes, I heard about that too. Yeah, she was 5 months pregnant while she was playing.
Like crazy.
Just these ladies, these women, these athletes are incredible. And no disrespect to the men, I've never really cared too much for the College Baseball World Series. It just hasn't hooked me like the College Softball World Series does. If you're not watching, if you're not paying attention to the College Softball World Series, you're missing out. And it's easy to find. It's on freaking ESPN, these games. They're that big. So check them out. I love the College Softball World Series.
I played softball. I love softball. But softball also then gave me my love for baseball. So I like watching softball in terms of the World Series. It's more entertaining. But when you get to cover a College World Series, boots on the ground in Omaha, Nebraska, which is such a special place, it's one of the coolest things you'll ever see. Just like the fans that come out, it's just everything is right there, like the support that comes out for the teams. There's just like some sort of great feeling about it. But I know watching it is not as fun for people to watch college baseball, but college baseball is still, to me, like a very special thing. But watching softball, the Softball World Series, is definitely a little bit more entertaining.
Coming up next, it's the lunch break. Your time to call in, 916-339-1140. TC, we see you on hold. You've been waiting patiently. TC wants to talk about Coach Adelman. After we get to TC, Carmichael Dave shared today that he's heard from a source that is never wrong. There's buzz around the Sacramento Kings trading up to get Darius Acuff Jr. Then Jason Ross talked about, should the Kings shoot even higher than that? And do the optics of them falling out of the top 5 matter when talking about the Kings trading up? We'll discuss that and more when we return. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The top young talent in the NBA is headed to Sacramento this summer for the 8th annual California Classic presented by Ticketmaster. The Kings will host the Milwaukee Bucks, Brooklyn Nets, and Golden State Warriors in a preseason showcase that's sure to bring more fireworks to your 4th of July weekend. 3-day general admission passes for July 4th, 5th, and 6th are available now. Visit kings.com/California Classic for details.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Adam Johnson here with Golf Fitness Solutions. If you want more distance, less pain, better mobility, and a body that holds up for 18 holes, come see us. We're expanding in Carmichael, and you're invited to our grand opening party on June 13th from noon to 4. Tour our new space, meet the team, try the simulator challenge, see if you can make a hole-in-one, and learn how golf-specific training, stretching, massage, and assessments can help your game. Call 916-802-5175 or visit us at golffitnesssolutions.com for more information.
Sacramento. Get ready because the Fasteners Inc. Super Sale is back. Friday, June 12th and Saturday, June 13th. Stop by Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet on Power Inn Road for crazy deals on DeWalt products. We're talking all of the lowest prices in Sacramento on bare tools, tool products, batteries, lasers, hand tools, outdoor power equipment, and so much more. Again, this DeWalt sale event will be June 12th from 7 till 5:30 and June 13th from 9 till 3 p.m. at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet on Power Inn Road. Visit fastenersinc.net for more info.
Welcome to basketball's biggest stage.
Somebody will reach basketball immortality.
Welcome to the NBA Finals.
That's basketball at its finest.
This is about more than a game, more than a series. This is about legacy.
You are watching what greatness is all about.
Tune in to see who performs under the brightest lights and who writes their way into history. The 2026 NBA Finals begin Wednesday on ABC.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
It's time for the lunch break. Your calls, your thoughts, your segment. Call or text us at 916-339-1140. It's the lunch break on Matt and Kayla.
As always, the lunch break is your time to be a part of the show. If you want to call in, you can. Phone lines are open, 916-339-1140, 800-920-1140. You'll probably want to respond to what we're about to talk about. The Kings potentially moving up in the draft to get Darius Acuff Jr. At least Carmichael Dave was talking about that this morning. Or you could be calling in to share stories about Rick Adelman and your thoughts on the passing of the legendary Kings head coach. We did that to start today's show, and that's what TC would like to do right now on the lunch break. What up, TC?
Hey, what's up, Kayla and Matt?
How are you doing, buddy?
Hey.
Hey, you know what? Kind of down, but I'm up at the same time, man, because I was coach, man. I love Rick Adelman. Rest in peace, bro. I've been a Kings fan my whole life. That's what people get mad about me, like, dang, TC, how you care about the Kings so much, optimistic, and then you look at the 49ers, bro, because I've been a diehard fan of both teams, bro, but the Niners turned me off, bro, years ago, right, with the whole Kyle Shanahan and half the fan base. That's another story that we, Kayla and Matt, we'll sit down, and when I explain to you about the Niners, you'd be like, you know what, TC, I get what you were saying this whole time. It get deep with the Niners, bro, and it's just not about Lance, right? It get deep about Shanahan and his fan base. But the Kings, I'm with you. We have to go through this hurt sometimes. It stings, right? It does sting with those three in the NBA Finals. But we had to go through this to get where we're going. And I believe that smoke screen that's thrown out there is BJ and Scott Perry with their credibility throwing it out there. What y'all going to do, teams? We throwing it out there. This is who we want. Let's see the feedback we going to get. I like it. Or it could be throwing people off because we finna trade all the way up. Either way, we're in good hands right now with Perry and BJ, y'all. Kings fans, so sit tight. That's all I got. Rest in peace, Alleman.
TC, appreciate you. TC always bringing the heat and the optimism. He does think does think Scott Perry is playing the game, and with all these draft lottery rumors, of course, we reported back in March that the Kings love Darius Acuff Jr. That has picked up a lot of momentum. I floated out there during the draft combine that I had heard that Darius Acuff Jr.'s camp is very interested in the Sacramento Kings as well. There's mutual interest between the two that could play a part in Acuff falling to 7. But Carmichael Dave, also yesterday or 2 days ago, I reported that the Kings Scott Perry met with Kingston Fleming's family in San Antonio over the weekend. And then Brett Siegel from Clutch Points was on yesterday with Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles, and Siegel shared that Clutch Points had reported that many teams around the league believe that Kingston Fleming's is number 2 on the Kings board behind Darius Acuff Jr. Well, Carmichael Dave this morning shared that he had a conversation with a source that is not related at all to the Sacramento Kings, not in the Kings front office, but a source that he says is never wrong, that mentioned there's a buzz around the league that the Sacramento Kings are ready and prepared or willing to trade up to go and get Darius Acuff Jr. Didn't talk about specifically who they'd trade with. We all assume it's the Clippers at 5, but maybe it's the Brooklyn Nets at 6 if it comes down to it. Before we get into Kings fans' reactions, because we talked about this before. Jason Ross then followed it up with, well, okay, if they're going to trade up, I want them to shoot higher. If you're going to trade up, why not trade up into the top 4? It's going to cost you some sort of asset no matter what to move up. We assume it would be some sort of protected first-round pick more than likely if the Kings want to move up to 6 or 5 to get Darius Acuff Jr. and decide whether or not that's worth it. But if you're talking about calling Chicago or calling Memphis and saying we want to move into the top 4, now you're talking about Scott Perry is probably having to ransom the future to go and make this happen. By the way, the Kings cannot trade Keegan Murray because of his contract. The Kings cannot trade Keegan Murray on draft night. So it's not like they can use Keegan on draft night to move up to like 3 or 4 as well.
Yeah.
So are you okay with the Kings using a smaller asset to move up a couple spots, or you want them to go big and try and move up into the top 4?
Yeah, I think it's even when you say move up to the top 4, I mean, that's going to take a lot for one of those teams to budge because those players up at the top 4 are not really, they might move within the top 4, but they're not really moving out of the top 4. And so
we'd be surprised if that would happen.
It's just like when you are looking at the top 4, it's like, again, those teams are very lucky to be where they are. I just don't see in this type of draft with all the teams that we can argue will need one of these 4 players, whether it be Boozer, Peterson, AJ DeBonster, or Caleb Wilson, that would be like, oh yeah, like we'll trade down. Even if it was for a ton of picks in the future, again, with the lottery being what it is moving forward, like it's also different in terms of how they're looking at picks. So I don't understand, like, if you're just moving up 2 spots, then why don't you move? I don't really think that that's reality. I think the only reason why it's reality is because there are some different moves that the Clippers and the Brooklyn Nets could possibly make that would allow them to trade down maybe and wait for that player.
The Kings do have the assets to make a like, you can't refuse this deal. Like, they could throw 3-4+ first-round picks, which they'll never do.
They're just not in.
But they can technically do this.
I don't think they're in the state of building like that.
Unless they like really think AJ DeBonsa, well, he wouldn't be at 3 or 4, or like Caleb Wilson is that guy, or Cam Boozer's that guy. But the problem with moving into the top 4, and why I don't think it's realistic really, is because 3 out of the top 4 desperately need a star. They do. Like the Wizards desperately need a star. I know they have Trae Young now. They have Anthony Davis. They need a star.
Right.
Bulls need a star. They have Josh Giddey, but they're resetting. The Bulls need a star. Grizzlies need a star. They just traded Jaren Jackson Jr. away. I know they still have John Morant, but they're ready to move on from him. They need a new face of their franchise. All 3 of those teams need very similar to what the Sacramento Kings need.
Yeah, exactly.
And the 4th one in the Utah Jazz blatantly tanked to get there because they have their eye on one AJ. Guy in particular, which is AJ. But I think they're more than happy taking Darren Peterson if AJ goes number 1.
And that's the thing that I mentioned. All of those guys, all those teams, they want one of these players. Like, they are all really lucky to be in that spot, and I'm sure acknowledge the fact that this is a really rare draft to have that many gems like at the top. So I just don't, if anything, I don't think one of those teams would be really willing to in the top 4 at least.
So then there's moving up to 5 or 6 to, again, we assume the Kings would move up because they want Acuff. We assume. A lot of people don't believe Acuff is going to be there at 7. I've heard Allen Styles especially talk about this, and I get the point. Optically, it doesn't look great for the Sacramento Kings, who fell to 7, fell out of the top 5, where in theory they need to move up into in order to get Acuff. It does not look good optics-wise for them to have to do that to go and get their guy after they chose to prioritize winning over draft lottery odds, which put them in a better, gave them a higher percentage to fall the way that they did. So it's like you just hurt yourself. I understand the optics of that completely. My question is, does it matter if the Kings feel that Acuff is their guy, and they were hoping to end up with a top 5 pick to get him, but they didn't? They had the 5th best odds, but the way the lottery works, you actually only had like, what, a 3% chance or something very low to end up at the 5th pick. It's just the way it works. They fell to 7. Okay. Does it matter if they truly feel like Acuff is their guy? And don't get me wrong, they would have to be right. If you're using an asset to trade up, you better be right, or that's a potentially fireable offense. But optically, if you still end up with your guy and the route you took to get there wasn't perfect and wasn't linear, but you still ultimately got the guy that you wanted to, will we even give a damn if Acuff or whoever they moved up to go and get ends up being the player that they're hoping he would be? No one will care. I think it's just optics more than anything else.
To be honest with you, Matt, I don't really care right now. I'm kind of focused on living in the future of what the Kings are trying to do. And like, we can go back all we want and reminisce about how they didn't tank to get a better position. But again, that's not ever guaranteed either. So I think for me right now, like, I don't really care what happened in the past and what they could have, should have, whatever done. This is where they're at now. And they have to figure out what is best for them in this moment. While it might irk some people to know that they have to trade up to get possibly Darius Acuff, if that is what they feel they have to do, because he is, after all this other stuff that they do with other players and interviews and going and visiting Kingston Fleming's at his home in San Antonio, and they still don't feel like those players are comparable to Acuff, and you need to go and get him, then you go and get him. And again, we'll figure out the rest later. Like, if he's a bust, then it's going to be a big problem for this organization and Scott Perry moving forward. But that's what we have to, we talk about trust. We continue to talk about, we got to trust Perry. Well, this is part of the process too. So if they trade up to get him, it's because they have done their due diligence on all these other guards and still thought Acuff was the best option. And maybe they don't. Maybe they see one of these guards after they visit with them and they see him on their list rise. And maybe they feel comfortable then just sticking and picking at 7.
Yeah, of course, the asset that they would, in theory, give up in this trade and what that asset turns into down the road plays a major part in this conversation. But I'm going to put on my purple-tinted glasses here for a second. And I acknowledge this. If y'all have been listening to this show over the last handful of months, you'll know how much I was more on the side of pro-tanking and losing games to secure better draft lottery odds. Now we're in this position. Okay, it's over. That conversation's over and done with. The Kings ended up at 7. Some people have gotten their frustrations out of the way. Others haven't. That's fine. I'm going to put on my purple-tinted glasses for a second. There is no reason, or it's definitely not guaranteed, that if the Kings were to trade up or have to trade up to go and get Acuff because they prioritized winning and the development over these young guys, there's no guarantee that won't still benefit the young guys more than had they not had to move up to go get Darius Acuff. I don't know if that makes sense. The way I'm trying to communicate it is basically they prioritize the players that were on their roster and developing them right now. That still has the potential to pay off more than we realize. We don't know how that's going to work out yet. It's worked out in Maxime Reynaud being all rookie second team, so that's cool. But we could still see benefits from that from the guys that are currently on this roster that we're not seeing right now because it still has to play out a little bit more. So it might end up being worth it to the Kings in the grand scheme of things to have prioritized their development, therefore falling to 7, but using an asset to trade it up to 5. They get Darius Acuff, add them to that core that they prioritize developing, and that turns into the future Kings playoff team that we're all hoping for. It's purple-tinted glasses. I understand completely, but it doesn't mean it can't be true. That could be what they're thinking. I don't know if that works, and that might be met with rolled eyes from Kings fans, but that is a potential scenario that could happen.
The only other thing that I'm a little confused about this is why is all of this information about wanting to trade up for Acuff and we would trade up for Acuff and we're zeroed in. How does that benefit the Kings?
It doesn't.
Because I would think that makes it more difficult to, get the Clippers to do a better trade in terms of not giving up as much, because now you're putting it out there that like
they're not.
You want to give out. Well, right. Well, where did Dave hear this from?
Not from a Kings source.
This is from another.
Everything.
Okay.
I've been very transparent with y'all. Everything outside of March that I've talked about with Darius Acuff, none of that has come from the Kings.
So Dave's is from a source outside of the Kings.
He said it's not in the Kings front office, but someone that has not been wrong. That's what Dave said.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm a little bit curious on this. Is not necessarily helping the Kings because now I feel like the Clippers more likely to do a trade are going to be like, oh, well, we've heard hands down you're freaking all in on Acuff for bust.
Mm-hmm.
Like we want all this from you. Like, I don't think it helps by any means, like, doing a trade that's not going to have to give up a lot more than maybe if you didn't know how interested you were.
The other part of that, though, is why is that any more true than, well, the Kings might want Kingston Flemings, and they're putting this out there so that the Clippers go, okay, then we're going to take Acuff at 5. Great.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, maybe this is all a smokescreen.
I personally don't buy that. I genuinely believe that the Kings want Darius Acuff Jr. or are very high on Darius Acuff Jr. I reported about the thing that I reported about Kingston Flemings because I think the Kings naturally are going to do their homework on other players because they have to. It's the right thing to do. And that doesn't mean that, if we don't get Darius Acuff and are forced to take Kingston Flemings, that's a bad thing. No, like they could be very excited about Kingston Flemings too and feel like, well, no matter what, we're walking out with one of these two guys and we feel really good about it, assuming Keaton Wagler goes to the Clippers at 5 or something crazy doesn't happen in that sense. But, like, not all information that is being shared on the Sacramento airwaves is coming out of Sacramento, right? We're getting information, having conversations with different people. Like Dave has, obviously, the conversation that he had with this person that he shared today. I shared information that I got from people that I trust out of the NBA Combine, the Draft Combine. Shared the information about Kingston Flemings from a source that I very much trust. Shared the information about the Kings loving Darius Acuff back in March from a source that I very much trust. The Kings can't control everything that gets out there, including the stuff that gets out there in their own market. But typically when you hear this amount of buzz around a player to the extent that we've heard about Darius Acuff Jr., it's either the Kings are very much putting it out there, which I don't believe they're doing, or it's true, they're very interested, and people outside of the organization have caught wind of this and are sharing this.
Yeah.
Which could be exactly what's happening. I don't think it helps the Kings by any means.
Right. Can I also ask this, and maybe this is something we look a little bit more into when we have an opportunity, but I am curious is like what is going on with the names that are being connected to Brooklyn, like firsthand, and LA firsthand. Like, are we hearing out of those camps in that media? And I know there are two large medias, and so they have bigger fish to fry right now. But I am curious, like, is there links like this that are happening in those two cities as well, or those two organizations?
Both have been connected to Acuff. We've seen that. Both are interested in Acuff. I don't remember if there's been any connection with Michael Brown Jr. I don't remember.
He's not been connected to a lot of places.
Keaton Wagler's definitely been connected to L.A. and has been for a while.
And Kingston's kind of just a floater. Like, I don't see him... Like, I don't see one of these teams, like, drooling over him or saying,
I think the Kings can feel pretty confident that Kingston Flemings is going to be there at 7.
Yeah.
But that might not be their number one guy on their board. But that could be why they're interested in, or why Scott Perry had this meeting, is because if Flemings is there at 7 and that's plan B, then they're fine with it. I think the Kings would be very okay, very happy taking Kingston Flemings. I think they would be. That doesn't mean that Darius Acuff Jr. is not still the first choice. And on the other hand, too, you don't want Kingston Flemings to know that he wasn't the first choice, which the Kings are never going to handle it that way.
No.
Kings are never going to handle it that way. The preferences are a thing, but that doesn't mean you have... Like, if there was such a significant gap between Darius Acuff Jr. and Kingston Flemings, you'll either, 1, move up for Darius Acuff to make sure you get him, or 2, you'll just move down. Because at that point, well, we didn't get the guy that we wanted, might as well recoup assets. And I don't think the Kings are going to do that. I mean, all signs point to, and there's still 2 weeks until the draft, or a little more than that, but all signs point to they want Acuff. Flemings is not a bad backup plan. And they're going to be checking in, and I'm sure they've already been checking in on Michael Brown Jr. and Braden Burries and Keaton Wagler and, hell, maybe even Nate Ament. I don't know. Ade Mara. I don't know. They're doing their job for all these guys that they could potentially take.
It's just the consistent name that is always like in reports or from sources is definitely Acuff.
Yes.
Like that's the one that it's hard to get past, that they truly don't really want him here.
Well, it's getting to the point that it's almost annoying.
Or really want him here, sorry.
It's almost annoying. And I've seen fans get annoyed by it because someone else recently put out there, oh, the Kings are interested in Acuff. It's like, yeah, no duh, bro. Like, no duh.
There's some
known
piggybacking happening.
Well, of
now.
course. And just remember who brought it first to you.
Yeah.
But, like, all of this smoke, it's a lot of smoke. And you can't just make up smoke without fire. I think there is very much fire to the Kings want Darius Acuff Jr. But that does not mean that it's Acuff or bust.
Or bust, yeah. Or they'll do anything to go get him.
The Kings are going to explore what moving up to 5 or 6 to get Acuff will look like. The Kings are going to try to figure out if they even have to do that to get Acuff. And then the Kings are going to look at options that they have if achieving or getting Acuff for a reasonable price is not available to them. Mm-hmm. That's all that this is. That's all that's happening. But all the connections of Acuff to the Sacramento Kings are not coincidental. And to your original question, I do not think all this information out there about the Kings being interested in trading up helps the Kings in any kind of way to trade up for him. But that also doesn't mean that because this is out there that the LA Clippers can now suddenly go, give us 2 first-round picks or else. Then Scott Perry's going to go, fine, F you, I'll take Kingston Flemings at 7. Like, it's a game, but it's not a game of extremes. And I think people take it to a level of, man, the Kings are going to be held ransom by these two teams. Fine. You can find 7 different breakdowns of Darius Acuff as a prospect, and all these different breakdowns will nitpick different things about him. Darius Acuff Jr. is not some end-all, be-all, guaranteed number 1 overall pick to where the idea of not getting him is devastating to the Sacramento Kings. And if that is, then they'll really move up to go and get him. But that would be short-sighted and silly. Mm-hmm. Like, Acuff's a really, really, really good player. There's obvious connections between him and the Kings. There's obvious reasons to like him for the Kings. And there's reasons to be concerned, and you can say that same thing for every single one of these guards.
Yeah, I mean, me even being like the person who's loved Acuff from the jump, I would still be okay with getting Kingston Flemings in that 7 spot. I mean, I don't think Keaton Wagler's going to be there. He's not necessarily the exact fit I see here right now. Mm-hmm. But again, it wouldn't be like a complete utter disappointment.
No.
But there is something telling me that the fit in terms of Acuff, the mentality he brings, I just feel like with what this organization needs right now, moving forward, like I do truly feel like he is the best fit still. Mm-hmm. But I know that it's not a perfect world we live in. We can't just get everything we want all the time, although we would like to. So I'm okay with like Kingston if he gets to that 7 spot and Acuff is already gone.
But going back to fans not being happy if they trade up, in an alternate universe, if I were to, hey, this is Matt George coming back from the future. The Sacramento Kings did not decide to use a first-round pick, a protected first-round pick to trade up for Acuff, and he went on to be a star with the Los Angeles Clippers. Well, good thing we kept that first-round pick. If you got to make moves, you got to make moves.
And that's what makes, dude, Perry's job is so difficult.
Yeah, welcome to the league.
Woo-wee.
Yep, if you feel strongly about Acuff, go out and get him within reason. If not,
got to go with the gut on that one.
Take plan B, which sounds like it's Kingston Flemings. We'll take the break. When we come back, while Perry's trying to figure out how to navigate all these rumors in the NBA draft, the San Francisco 49ers trying to figure out how they counter or respond to division rival the LA Rams landing the best defensive player in football, Myles Garrett. What options do they have? We'll bring up a few. Kayla's got some breakdowns of them. Kyle came up with some names as well. We'll do that when we come back before Kayla's 2-minute drill. Football is on the way here on Sactown Sports.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Sacramento's best selection, best quality, and lowest prices on kitchen and bath products are at the new Anova Cabinet and Stone. For a limited time, get stunning new quartz countertops starting at just $159. That's right, only $159 for gorgeous quartz countertops. Listen to this. For a limited time, cabinets for kitchens and bathrooms are up to 50% off. Yes, up to 50% off new cabinets. It's a must-see. The new Anova Cabinet and Stone at Florin Road and Highway 99. Learn more at AnovaCabinetStone.com.
We've seen every kind of golf swing, some smooth, some, let's just say, innovative. And that's why Hagen Oaks offers Total Game Fitting. The TrackMan-powered player performance studio shows what your swing is really doing. Ping's Ball-Nemic Ball Fitter finds a ball that behaves. The Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps turn almost into yes. And FootJoy's 3D foot scanner builds stability from the ground up. At Hagen Oaks, we don't judge your game, we fix it. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Better fit, more fun. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
It's Big O Tire's anniversary sales event. Now through June 14th, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Plus, you'll also get our industry-leading ProTech Plus warranty for free. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Remember the days of real country music? Now you can get your favorite classic country every day on 105.1 HD3 The Ranch. Listen to The Ranch on the free KNCI app or anytime at 105.1 HD3.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claims.
In celebration of 80 years of 49ers football, Sactown Sports is counting down 80 of the most memorable moments that have shaped the team's storied legacy and winning tradition. Here's today's faithful flashback.
Number 70, Roger Craig's Hall of Fame induction.
Drafted as a fullback out of Nebraska in the second round, 49ers great Roger Craig became the ultimate dual-threat running back. He was a 4-time Pro Bowler, part of the 1980s All-Decade team, and a central figure in the West Coast offense of Bill Walsh that produced 3 Super Bowl championships. In 1985, he produced the first 1,000-yard rushing and receiving season in the same year. But the knock on the door he received a few months ago in February was the sweetest sound after waiting nearly 30 years to get the call for the Hall. It will all be capped this August when he finally puts on that well-deserved gold jacket.
Faithful flashbacks on Sactown Sports 1140.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
I think every team in the league is looking at what the Rams just did and going, all right, now, what do we do? Can we do anything? But especially the teams not named the Cardinals in the NFC West. The Cardinals, they're like, whatever. We're going to worry about Jacoby Brissett, I guess. But the Niners and the defending champion Seattle Seahawks are looking at this Myles Garrett trade and probably going, oh, F.
I would be.
We need to be able to handle this as best as we possibly can. Of course, the Seahawks are the defending champs, so they have to feel pretty confident about their ability to weather the storm. The Niners, while they have plenty of talent, we know they've made some moves this offseason, Mike Evans being the main one, that make them feel confident that they can have a bounce-back year and a better year. Of course, staying healthy is a major part of that equation, but I don't know if the Niners, Kayla, can just look at, if we stay healthy, we should be able to be okay against Myles Garrett in the LA Rams. They might feel like they need to do a little more.
Yeah, and they've done so much, like I said, to the defense in the offseason on the back end with Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson. Like, they've obviously done things overall on their defense. Oh, and by the way, then we just brought the quarterback killer in, who every single year seems to, like, somehow get better, although he's getting older. And look, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens this year with the Rams, but I don't see him skipping a beat. I see him still having just as much productivity as he has in the past. And so I absolutely think if you're the 49ers, you're kind of like going, okay, is there at least one more move we can make to rise from being, and this is the other thing, they're competing with. They were the worst team when it came to getting to the quarterback last year in terms of sacks. They were the worst team in the NFL. And I get they did not have Nick Bosa, and it will be beneficial having him back if he can stay healthy.
I was going to say, will he be the same
but
guy, though?
That's what you have to understand. Like, there's no guarantees when you've had a player like that have multiple injuries and not getting younger. So I, in a way, feel like, okay, you have the cap space right now. You didn't do anything crazy. Like, they did some slower burn moves in the offseason in terms of, like, not crazy money.
Yeah.
Do you do something now to improve the pass rush just a little bit more? And I know they're still not, the big names aren't out there in terms of productivity anymore, but do you do something to kind of just give you a little bit more leeway?
Kyle, I want to invite you into this because you put together, you went through Spot Track's just list of potential candidates that the Niners could keep an eye out on in a potential trade or some moves that they could potentially go out and do to, you're not going to trade for a player equal to Myles Garrett, but a potential counter to help the Niners better compete and answer what the Rams did. And you came up with a couple of names here.
Okay, so what's funny is that on the Spot Track list, the first name they list is Myles Garrett. The second name they list is A.J. Brown.
Oops.
The third name they list is Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, well.
So you're kind of grasping at straws to find that quality level of impact. But a couple of the options are that they list are Alvin Kamara, who obviously the Niners aren't going to trade for.
Right.
Kayvon Thibodeau, who is the edge rusher for the Giants, number 5 pick from a few years ago. He's going to get kind of phased out a bit only because they traded for Brian Burns, drafted Abdul Carter. He's not really played up to getting a contract extension that's like the $30 million. He's kind of like in that $15 to $20 million range right now, it seems like, for a contract extension.
Let me add in real quick on that. He's in the final year of his $14.75 million contract. He was really not great last year. He had the shoulder injury that he only played 7 games in, and he only had 2.5 sacks. He's also a bit of a, how should I say this? Because I know the culture is a big thing in the 49ers organization. He's a bit of a pill sometimes. He has been since he was drafted there. He's a little bit he causes a little controversy. He's a little kind of outspoken, likes to kind of be the outlier type of guy. I don't know. He's a California native. I just don't know if that's a fit for them.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of great options out there. The one interesting one, funny enough, is the Cardinals, who are just giving up at this point. They signed Josh Sweat from the Eagles last year. Basically had a Pro Bowl season. He didn't get selected for the Pro Bowl, but he had like 12 and a half sacks. He don't want to stay there. So the Cardinals are at least listening to offers on Josh Sweat if they wanted to go after him as an edge rusher. I think he makes like... It's something like
I've got the numbers.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
He's 29 years old. That's the thing with Josh Sweat. I mean, I guess it fits their timeline. He's entering his second year of a 4-year deal, though, and it's worth $76.4 million. So he's only entering his second year of that contract with the Cardinals. But you're right, Kyle. Like, he was really productive last year, and he's only missed 2 games in the last 5 seasons. I actually like this. I don't know if they do an inter-division trade, but I would not be opposed to someone like him.
Yeah, he had a really productive season last year. Forced 4 different fumbles, 12 sacks last year for Arizona, 30 tackles, 20 of them solo. I mean, he was a very impactful player. Granted, he put up numbers on a bad Arizona Cardinals team, but on the defensive side of the ball, he clearly very much got after quarterbacks, and he very much was an impactful player. I don't know what the price tag would be, and anytime you're doing like you said, divisional trade, it's going to be a little more difficult. The Arizona Cardinals, knowing full well that the Niners are trying to trade for someone to, 1, improve a glaring weakness from last year, but 2, respond to what another division rival, the Rams, just did, and to also try and catch the defending champion Seahawks. Like, the Cardinals, I don't think would make this cheap at all for the Niners to try and make this move. Now, they wouldn't be unrealistic or anything like that, but I wonder if that's, like, he's a great candidate to potentially go out and get that's feasibly acquirable.
Yeah.
But will he be worth the price that the Cardinals probably put?
Well, it's also like, what do the Niners have to do business? And I was looking at upcoming drafts in terms of picks, at least. Like, we could obviously put a player in there.
Sure.
I mean, and look, there are players like, I know this seems weird to say, but, you know, there are players maybe that they're recently drafted that maybe they're out on, or maybe they'd see it being beneficial to trade.
The big one
right?
is probably Mykel Williams, who was their 11th pick in the draft last year.
Right.
Didn't really play all that much last year. Wasn't super productive.
There are options, but like, if you're going to throw in a pick there, guys, for 2027, so they have their first rounder, they have 1 second rounder, 1 third rounder, 1 fourth rounder, 1 fifth, and 1 seventh. So they don't have a lot of multiple picks, especially in one spot. And then in 2028, same thing. They have 1 first, 1 second, 1 third, 1 fourth, 1 fifth, 1 sixth, and 1 seventh. They don't have a ton
they don't have a treasure
of draft capital to work with.
Well, what they do have is Brandon Ayuk in terms of a trade chip, in terms of a player that they can move on from. The problem is everybody in the league knows that he wants to move on.
I don't know how valuable he is.
Exactly.
And they're just going to cut him anyways.
Well, that's the game of chicken that's being played right now between the Niners and the Washington Commanders, is because we know the Commanders want him. We know he wants to go to the Commanders. The Niners know that he wants to go to the Commanders, so the Niners are like, all right, then if the Commanders want you, then we're going to get something out of it. And the Commanders are looking at the other way going, well, if we don't give you anything, you're just going to cut him eventually, and we'll take him then. So it's just this gigantic game of chicken that's happening with the Niners. And the problem is, time's not on the Niners' side because they're trying to compete right now. They already have an old roster, and they have to respond to what the rest of their division is doing.
Yeah, I had read a recent report from Jeremy Fowler on Ayuk, which I feel like weekly we're getting the same type of situation with him, which is like, it's pretty much very, very mum over there in his camp. I think recently he scrubbed his Instagram where he only follows his wife, Jaden Daniels, and the Commanders.
Nice.
So this is the
That's
recent,
pretty good. That's a good way to do it.
The most recent, read between the lines of Brandon Ayuk. I mean, maybe he can write a book on it one day, because we've been really reading between the lines for the last couple of years. But Jeremy Fowler said it's just going to be so hard to trade him because there are still some knee things that people are questioning in terms of the knee and the full health of it. And he's just ghosted the Niners. Like, he's flat out just ghosted the Niners. It's really hard to do business when it's a one-way street. So
I'm not surprised by this. 2 different texts from the 916, 2 different numbers. What about the other Bosa brother? Acquiring Joey Bosa would help. And also they pointed out that the Niners did trade for Osa Odigizua from the Cowboys.
I love Osa, by the way.
Another good addition to their pass rush for sure. But Joey Bosa's just sitting there. We know the brothers' connection. Look, I don't think Joey Bosa is capital W washed by any means. He's not the same player that he was, but I don't think that if out of anything, like, why not bring Joey Bosa in? Because it's not like Joey Bosa being there is going to make your pass rush worse.
No. Now, for me, I'm like, bring him in.
Whatever. Look, you got $40+ million.
I know it's not a counter move by any means, but it's at least we got the brothers together. You got Joey might have a little bit left on the tank where you can use in situational, or situational, you know what I'm trying to talk. I can't
different
talk
snaps,
right now. So, why not just bring him in? Like, I feel like they're going to make one more move. It might not be giving away capital to do it, but maybe it's just signing a free agent and paying him, just enough to get him in the doors.
Oh, the memes that people would make if it's like, Rams, we got Myles Garrett. Niners, we signed the other Bosa brother that is washed.
That's going to be a meme.
Sure.
For sure.
But at the same time, memes, or you're getting someone who can at least help improve your pass rush. He had 5 forced fumbles last year, 29 tackles, 17 of them solo tackles, 5 sacks. Is he going to... No one's saying he's going to counter Myles Garrett.
No.
But he's going to help improve a weakness of yours that you have, and financially you're able to afford to do it. That might be plan C or D, but it's better than nothing. So I'm a fan of it. Plus the storylines are
Tortilla Jackson says, 49ers trade for TJ Watt.
Yeah, bring him back. Bring
him
in.
That would be kind of crazy. I feel like, though, their actual answer is just, Michael Williams, you got to ball out this year. Like, that's kind of what the answer is.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to have trust in the development of your own guys in your system too. You have to expect that your team just naturally gets better as well. Kayla's 2-minute drill is coming up next, including the return of a Mr. Jones and A.J. Brown reuniting with his old coach, but now in New England. We'll talk about it. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Catch the future of San Francisco Giants baseball right here in Sacramento with the Sacramento River Cats at Sutter Health Park. See tomorrow's stars take the field today and be part of the big league journey. Get your River Cats baseball tickets now at rivercats.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Did you try my Colombian tamales? They're delicious.
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt. Can you pass me a straw?
You mean a pitillo.
Tamales deserve Pepsi.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older? And you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
It's time for the 2-minute drill. Kayla Anderson has the ball, and she's taking us around the world of football. It's Kayla's 2-minute drill on Matt and Kayla.
NFL don't give a damn that it's NBA Finals week. They don't care. We're king. We're the NFL. Here's a Myles Garrett trade. Here's an A.J. Brown trade. The NFL never sleeps. That means Kayla Anderson doesn't either. It's time for Kayla's 2-minute drill.
And even if it wasn't around, I would still never sleep. So there's that.
Should get that looked at.
Also, like, the NBA trade deadline destroys Super Bowl week now, so it's kind of payback.
Yeah, the NFL's like, screw. Hey, Rams, Browns, hold off on this trade until right before the finals,
Right.
okay?
I will say this, though. I think those two in particular, especially A.J. Brown, happened because of post-June 1st. You know, and it just, the timing just ends up being that.
But in fairness, if more players are going to get traded, potentially we'll have more future trade. Now, it's not going to be Myles Garrett.
Right.
Bill Barnwell is making the point he might be the best player in their prime ever to be traded.
That's interesting.
The other ones he nominated were Randy Moss to the Raiders.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And
I'll
I
talk
think
about it in a second.
Eric Dickerson to the Colts, I think were the
Those
other
are two
ones.
good ones. Speaking of the Colts, great segue there. You didn't even know what I was doing yet. Very nice.
Grand segue, Kayla.
Yeah,
Kyle.
that was Kyle, though.
Yeah, I don't have. There's no drop for
Kyle
me.
drop, so we use that one. Mr. Jones is back. We are talking about Danny Dimes. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones has been cleared in terms of 7-on-7 field work. And according to head coach Shane Steichen, who is right from here in the Sacramento area, he's looking good. So he suffered that Achilles injury. What I also wanted to mention, guys, I think the Achilles is the new ACL. I think we are seeing a lot more Achilles injuries in all sports compared to what used to be, I feel, the ACL injury. So, and the good news is, though, we've come so far with medicine that these players are coming back from within a year, even less, and it seems to be they're good to go. I mean, we look at Aaron Rodgers, who's 40-something years old, and he came back that next year and looked fine. So good for Daniel Jones. He was a difference maker last year for this team, and when he was gone, you saw them kind of go backwards.
And I don't mean this as an insult at all, truly. I don't know a single Indianapolis Colts fan. I don't.
Oh, really?
So,
okay.
and I bring that up because
there's a ton.
Oh, I know there's a ton.
Yeah.
I'm just very curious because if there's a Colts fan listening, let us know. What are the expectations for the Colts this year? Because before Daniel Jones got hurt, like the way the Colts started last season, they were the best story in football. Like they came out of nowhere. Obviously, they fell off at the end of the year to where it ended up amounting to nothing. But now there's expectation, right? Because if you start that well and Daniel Jones was healthy, okay, Daniel Jones is coming back and getting healthy. I don't know. You're not going to catch anybody by surprise anymore, but you're still expected to be good. Like, I don't know what to make of the Colts. And I'm wondering what their own fan base makes of them.
Yeah, they're always expected. Covering the NFC South for 8 years, they are honestly always expected almost every year to be either to win the division or to be in competition. And that's even, without a quarterback for a minute when they drafted Anthony Richardson. I'm like blanking on his name now. He's so irrelevant. Their fan base is pretty ever since Peyton Manning came there, that's really been an organization where people just expect them to be at the top of the division.
Andrew Luck years too.
Yeah, and those years are obviously behind them, but they always have good offensive lines. They always have a decent enough defense and usually a run game where it's just really the quarterback that can be the difference maker, and Daniel Jones was proving to be that last year. So yeah, I think expectations are pick up from where you left off.
Okay, I do want to add one funny thing you said earlier, which the way you phrased it, of the Achilles is the new ACL, made it sound like the ACL, that's so last year.
ACL injuries are
the
so
ACL
yesterday.
Is so 2015.
I feel like I'm hearing more about Achilles injuries.
Yes.
And even in, I think, football specifically, where you used to hear more of the ACL.
Anytime we mention Danny Dimes, too, I feel obligated to bring this up. You guys want to guess what his career earnings are at this point in his career?
Yeah.
For the most part, mid quarterback that won a playoff game that one
Probably
time.
a lot.
What is his highest paid season?
I think $40 million.
Oh my God. Okay, he's made, I'm gonna say $230 million.
150.
Yeah, it's not quite that much. It's $122 million.
But that's still a lot.
Which, if you add in this year, it'll be $141 million.
That's crazy.
In career earnings.
Good for him.
That's crazy.
Attaboy.
He has swindled the league out of so much money.
Well,
I'm not
that's
even
what
saying
Kirk
he's
Cousins
bad.
did.
It's just if you have a glimmer
What
of
Kirk
hope
Cousins
of being
did.
a franchise quarterback.
Give credit to those agents. I wish I had an agent like that. Man. Woo-wee. What? You know I'm transparent on this show.
He's not listening.
I don't really care.
By the way,
right.
Daniel Jones just turned 29, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't know he was that old. All right, moving on. Sorry. You get what you get on this show.
I guess so.
Reunited, and it feels so good. A.J. Brown, we broke the news yesterday, reunites with Mike Vrabel. The Patriots, again, gave up a first-round pick in 2028 and a fifth in 2029. What I wanted to bring to the table today was some interesting numbers. You mentioned Randy Moss. I am curious as to year one with Josh McDaniels in New England for A.J. Brown, if he could make this list. Here is the notable wide receivers in their first year with Josh McDaniels in terms of their production. In 2022, Devontae Adams, when it was with the Raiders and Josh McDaniels, 1,516 yards, 14 tutties. 2009, Brandon Marshall with the Broncos, 1,120 yards, 10 tutties. 2007, Mr. Randy Moss, 1,493 yards, 23 tutties. And 2007, Wes Welker as well, and that Pats team, 1,175 yards, 8 touchdowns. Those were two wide receivers with over 1,000 yards that year with McDaniels. So I think it's definitely doable where he goes well over 1,000 yards.
Well, so it is against my moral contract as a Las Vegas Raiders fan to give Josh McDaniels any kind of credit. So all of those very valid numbers we put out there, I'm going to throw away in my heart because I don't like that guy. But
I don't like Josh McDaniels either.
To be said, there's a good track record there.
I don't like him as a head coach.
No,
especially.
he sucks.
Well, he's got a proven track record of two of the biggest disasters we've ever seen as a head coach.
That guy sucks. But hey, reuniting with Mike Vrabel, it's a big pickup by the Patriots. Obviously, the Patriots have a lot to live up to after the year that they had.
Yeah.
Drake May getting that as a target. I'm very interested in if the Patriots elevate, if they level up, because the AFC West, the AFC in general, I don't think is going to be as open as it was. I expect the Bills and Josh Allen to be better. I expect the Broncos to be better in theory, or at least the Chiefs to be better in theory. It feels like if you said the Patriots had the exact same season last season as they did this year in terms of records and everything like that, I don't think it's enough to get back to where they were at. So.
Also, the Ravens straight up missed the playoffs last year.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but when you give up any type of first round pick, it means you expect a lot of production out of that piece and to help your offense, at least do a little bit more than they did last year, and I thought that they were pretty good last year, but you got to be way better. Deck the halls. We'll end with that one.
It's June.
That's right. June. It's Christmas in July.
I don't do that.
I don't either,
That's
but I've heard of it.
What do you mean? If you go live in like the southern hemisphere, it's always warm for Christmas.
Yeah, but we don't.
We don't.
We don't. We're not there.
Even though it is very warm here outside this week. The Seahawks and outside linebacker Derek Hall agreed to a 3-year, $42 million extension. That's going to include $21 million in guaranteed money. Yeah, so they're going to that was Hall that was entering last year, the last year of his rookie contract, I should say. Second round pick in 2023, not bad. They've gotten a lot of production out of him for being, again, a second round pick. They just had made Jackson Smith and Jigba recently the highest paid wide receiver. So these are the things you've got to do now to be able to be in the mix.
Yeah, and no better time to extend and commit to players than after they helped you win a Super Bowl, right? It's just the right thing to do.
And they moved on from some guys.
Yes.
They moved on from Kenneth Murray.
Right,
You know?
but reward the guys that you see as long-term fits.
Yeah.
Get it done now. Don't drag your feet. This is the right thing for them to do. Derek Hall's a good player.
That's your 2-minute drill.
Brendan Nunez from Sactown Sports joins us coming up next. He's going to break down for us his Michael Brown Jr. scouting report that you can read right now on SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app. Also would love to get Brendan's thoughts on the report about Kingston Flemings. Brendan loves himself Kingston Flemings. We'll talk about it with Brendan in studio when we return. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The X Games are coming to Sacramento. Join Kayla Anderson at Sactown Sports 1140 at Cal Expo Center from June 26th through the 28th to watch the top action sports athletes in the world go head-to-head with 3 days of high-octane competition, BMX, skateboarding, and Moto X. Plus live music from global electronic music icon Cascade, Grammy-winning producer Artist Mustard, and DJ Subtronics. Get your tickets today at xgames.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento's best selection, best quality, and lowest prices on kitchen and bath products are at the new Anova Cabinet and Stone. For a limited time, get stunning new quartz countertops starting at just $159. That's right, only $159 for gorgeous quartz countertops. Listen to this. For a limited time, cabinets for kitchens and bathrooms are up to 50% off. Yes, up to 50% off new cabinets. It's a must-see, the new Anova Cabinet and Stone at Florin Road and Highway 99. Learn more at AnovaCabinetStone.com.
Summer is here, and it's already flying by. Want to make it feel longer?
A new national survey finds 56% of people say reading makes summer seem to last. For that endless summer vibe, here's Barbara Hagan, VP of Marketing at Thrift Books.
Reading is one of the few things that really makes you slow down. You're in one story, one page at a time, and that kind of single tasking frees your mind. It's a mental exhale.
The key to reading more in a busy summer is to start small with a goal of 3 pages or 10 minutes a day. Attach reading to a routine like morning coffee. Pick books you enjoy and try reading with others. Shared reading communities like book clubs can make a big difference.
That shared motivation, reading together without pressure, inspired our 500 billion page challenge, a nationwide push to read a little more and get your pages in without any judgment.
This summer, slow down and let reading stretch the season. Join the Thrift Books 500 billion page challenge at thriftbooks.com/challenge.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
Well, while we're killing time waiting for game 1 of the Spurs and the, I almost said Thunder, that's over. Spurs and Knicks.
Spurs and Knicks.
NBA
baby.
Finals, game 1 tomorrow
The
night.
Beam Team Bowl. We should start branding it like that. This is the Beam Team finale.
Plus Victor Wembanyama and Karl Anthony Towns and all these other stars. The final, the season finale of the Beam Team.
This is season 4 of the Beam Team. Season 4 was really bad, but it's got a really good ending.
Well, we do have something to look forward to tonight, something to watch, and that's the start of the Stanley Cup final between the Carolina Hurricanes and Kayla Anderson's Vegas Golden Knights. Kayla loves herself the Golden Knights. She's a huge Golden Knights fan. Kayla loves the Knights. She wears multiple jerseys every single day. She is the biggest Knights fan you will ever find.
This is like me interrupting Matt and saying Matt hates De'Aaron Fox.
Hold on. That's crossing the line.
To win a national or win a championship.
You?
No, I do not like the Knights. I do like, however, and you talked about like Rick Adelman and how you looked up to him. For me, like my first ever hockey full-time job in the NHL was covering the Blue Jackets. And for a coach like Tortorella, who is known as a hard-nosed coach, his players have even said in the past, like he can be tough sometimes. For him to kind of embrace me in that market and give me an opportunity to prove myself as a hockey reporter, like I will always look up to him. And he's just done a lot of great things in terms of helping, people in their careers.
So does that mean you want the Knights to beat the Panthers? Or something the Hurricanes? The Panthers.
I
Hurricanes?
do. Just because I want Torts to get another championship.
Knights
but
fan
it's
over here.
The Flying Torts over here.
It's just because of that. But I will say, it doesn't seem to be the most ooh-ah kind of final because it is a smaller market team in Carolina who's based in Raleigh. But Carolina has proven to be a really, really good organization. And I don't even know how that's a thing right now because the owner is the same owner that took over the Portland Trailblazers.
Because he's trying to run the Trailblazers like a hockey team.
And you can't do that. You can't do that. But they have won a cup, obviously. The Vegas Golden Knights have won a cup.
I wonder if there are going to be a lot of people rooting for the Knights because they learned about how cheap of an owner he is with Portland, so they're like, F his hockey team.
I think there's non-hockey fans that are definitely going to not be rooting for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, but the Knights have become
annoying.
The Knights have become what the Detroit Red Wings used to be. Like the Knights have just become that team that you're just like, I don't like you.
Really? I like the Golden Knights.
I think, Kyle,
yeah, it's cool.
The reason why people don't and why I will say I did not, especially when they first came, is because they were, as an expansion team, the rules have changed. And it's a lot easier for an expansion team in the NHL now to have instant success than it was in the past. And so in a lot of ways, they were given the keys to the car and gone. I mean, it's just like, go do your thing. And it's like, part of that is is obviously getting moves right, but they've gotten lucky there. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because it's Vegas, but they have gotten lucky because they've also fired 3 head coaches.
Yeah. They've had high expectations.
Well,
yeah,
they develop players well.
They got the generous expansion thing when they first got into it, but like the Kraken have been around for like 4 years now, and they've never done much anyways. I think it was the combination of generous. Also, it was just really cool when they went to the Stanley Cup final in their first year.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree it was cool, but now the Knights have become like, people got sick of OKC very quickly because they became such a good, prominent team. The same way, I think people are hating, or it's not hating on the Knights, like, oh, I'm sick on them because they keep getting back here. They keep winning. It's not like a hatred because, oh, they suck or anything like that.
Yeah, it's like you shouldn't be allowed to be this good.
It's just like, damn it, they're back again. I'm It's almost like a jealous hatred.
Yeah.
Right? That's essentially what
I'll give them credit, though. Like, we talk about upper management all the time. Like, they know, compared to the Kraken, it's a crap show up there.
Is it?
Yes,
Really?
yes.
Oh.
There's no reason why they haven't been able to take advantage of the expansion. I will have to give my flowers to Vegas in that way because they just seem to have their stuff together. And even when they fire the coaches, they're hiring the right ones. So
Well, and they lost some of their players too. And then what they traded for, like
Right.
Jack Eichel,
Yep.
which is like,
Yep.
okay, you got one of the like faces of the sport out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Do any of you guys need to borrow any money? If you do, I know
yes.
someone who could lend you some.
Brendan?
No.
Oh.
Although if he's
They look at Brendan and goes,
if he's happy to do that.
He said, nah.
This is from Shams Charania.
Okay.
Golden State star Stephen Curry's 10-year endorsement deal with Li Ning is worth over $400 million.
Goodness.
He did have similar financial commitments
Goodness.
from other brands, including at least one more lucrative offer.
Well, I know Steph's wife had to shut down her restaurant recently. I'm sure
She
that
did?
cost a bunch of money.
Oh, no.
Wait,
Yeah.
when did that happen?
Just last week.
Oh,
I
man,
read.
it failed?
Yeah. Aisha's, I think, restaurant in like the financial district. She had to shut that down.
Man.
I know she's a really good chef and like,
Well, apparently not that good.
but didn't
Jesus,
work.
Matt.
What? Shut down. Am I wrong? I haven't tried her food.
I mean, the anti-small business over here. I mean,
excuse me, don't put that on small business.
it's the anti
small business.
Results speak for themselves.
Hey, listen.
Yeah.
I will never forgive
You're
her
saying
for...
scoreboard on Aisha Curry's
Yeah,
restaurant?
actually,
Damn right
yeah.
I am.
Pretty funny.
Say scoreboard at anything.
Why is the Golden One Center so hot? Because they don't have no fans.
Who said that?
Aisha Curry.
She did on her podcast.
she
Yeah.
did?
No, that was
kind of a good one.
that was a bit that they did when I think Steph hosted the ESPYs or something like that. It was for the ESPYs.
But why did they bring them up?
Because she's a hater, man. No, she's not really. She just did a bit.
I hope Steph gets traded here now.
Yeah, your restaurant sucked. Just kidding. I would have loved to eat at it.
Yeah.
Joining.
Look at
Oh,
you.
are those the ones they gave out, or is that a custom one?
Yeah, no, I'm wearing a shirt. It's one of the ones they gave out for Game 7 of
It's
Kings
kind of
Warriors.
cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
It looks kind of like an 80s
Actually, no,
shirt.
I did get this from the team store.
You did?
Yeah, I'm just remembering this. Yeah.
Oh, I like it. It looks
Joining
like
us
80s.
right now, Brendan Nunez from Sactown Sports. He is the author extraordinaire, the scout behind the Sactown Scouting Report. And just this morning, he dropped a scouting report on Michael Brown Jr. It's a great read, which you should check out right now on SactownSports.com, the Sactown Sports app. You can check it out there as well. Brendan, without spoiling everything so people can go and read it and break it down, what jumps off the page to you about Michael Brown Jr., both positively and negatively?
Yeah, I mean, I think a very chaotic style of basketball more than anything. Sometimes that was creative moments that were, wow, that was a crazy impressive play. I think if you throw on his highlights, they're up there with some of the best guys in the class, like A.J. Darren, probably in their own category, you know? But I think that Michael is definitely up there. This is a guy that came in with a really high expectations coming into the collegiate season and then dealt with injuries throughout it. Only played 21 games, was dealing with a lingering back injury. I'll tell you right now, I don't really know how to factor that in. I've kind of done the same thing with Darren Peterson. I'm just like, you know, unless people tell me I need to be worried that know about this more than me, I'm just going to kind of focus on the basketball. But I think that the peaks of how he played was extremely intriguing. He has a big 45-point outburst at one point in the season, and crazy assists. I think he's probably the best playmaker of all the guys that I've covered so far, or at least the best flashes of it, because the other guys, every single one that we talked about, it's like, hey, pretty low turnovers on these guys. Michael's got a lot of turnovers going on, but he's also got the most like manipulative passes that I think I've seen out of all of the guys, sort of reading the second layer of the defense and things like that and making plays from there. And the other advantage he has, more similar to Wagler, compared to Acuff and Flemings, is obviously height. He's 6'3.5" without shoes, almost a 6'8" wingspan, and a really good shooter. I would say better than what the 34% from three would lead people to believe.
In terms of like the 3-point shot, stuff like that, and I know it's a little bit like hard to evaluate because he didn't play the entire season. But what are we looking at with a guy like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because he shot 7.5 a game, and the variety in how he's taking him. This is a guy that really didn't take many mid-range looks. Again, difference from Acuff and Flemings a little bit there, but instead would do what I would say is more modern NBA style of, hey, I'm close enough to the 3-point line that rather than taking 2 steps in and getting a midi, I'm going to try and step back to the 3-point line. And sometimes that led to tough shots. The whole chaos element of his game is where, if you've heard the LaMelo Ball comps, that's where that kind of comes from, right? Is that there's these flashy moments and there's these other like, whoa, I think I know what you were trying to do, but you kind of just threw that ball into the stands.
Sure.
You know, and same with the shot selection. A little bit of, hey, every once in a while, that's a really nice step back or good footwork. He finishes better than anybody that we've talked about so far. He finished better at the rim than Cameron Boozer, actually. It's kind of crazy. But I think for the most part, we're talking about more of an NBA shot diet. It's just there's those moments he comes down and you're like, hey, there's a lot of time left on the shot clock. Did we really need to take that one?
The fact that we haven't heard really anything about his back suggests to me that it's probably not as much of a concern as back injuries normally are. Like I remember when we went through, 2017 draft, the Marvin Bagley draft famously, or was that 2019? I genuinely don't remember. And we heard all about Michael Porter Jr.'s draft or back injury. Like it was a constant storyline. It was a constant level of conversation. The fact that we haven't heard that and we're now over a couple weeks out from the draft itself is encouraging. But my understanding of who Michael Brown Jr. was as a player or is as a player is arguably the most athletically gifted guard out of that group of guards that the Kings could be looking at. Do you agree with that assessment, or is that misleading?
Yeah, I think Flemings is probably more athletic, but when you combine the height that Michael has as well, that Flemings had more dunks, for example, than Michael did throughout the year, but he also played more games.
Yeah.
You know, 21 games for Michael. He had 10 dunks throughout it, but it's seeing that in the half court a little bit. It's not all transition dunks, for example, you know, ability to rise up and finish over defenders. So I think that for all intents and purposes, with size factored in as well, he definitely will function as the best athlete. But if we wanted to get technical, I might argue Flemings. First step is one of those things that I think is hard to evaluate a little bit, where it looks encouraging and he looks solid in a pick and roll. But the question is, like, there's so much switching at the NBA level. Can you get it done in isolation? Can you get past a larger guy that can still move his feet? And I think so with Michael Brown. I feel better about that with Flemings, with Acuff, you know. I think the footwork is more impressive with Wagler, for example. But I think the creativeness, again, it comes back to that, is there's more dribble moves attempted. Attempted being kind of the key word. I think for the most part, you like the creativity, but every once in a while, it's like, oh, that dribble's pretty high, you know, or a little bit loose with the handle sometimes. But so I think you see the makings of everything, and it makes you just be like, man, if this guy wasn't hurt, you know, because he has no game without a turnover this year, I mentioned earlier, but he also has, I want to say it's roughly 8 games of single-digit scoring. And it's like, okay, how much was your back messing with you throughout all this? We didn't get to see him throughout the tournament where they get out of the first round, Louisville, without him. So I think you almost feel like you don't get a full evaluation just from looking at the college tape, because the pieces are there, but there's also so many moments of like, oh, that was a tough one.
And that's a good point, too, because it's like you didn't get to, as a player, either like develop or get better at one thing because there was just not enough consistency because he wasn't on the floor. So that's hard within, I'm sure himself to not be able to build on that. Not saying he can't. He just has to be able to be on the floor for more than that. And now it's going to be at the NBA level. Defensively, what are we looking at with what he does on that side of the ball?
Yeah, a guy that gets more than one steal a game. I think that he has pretty active hands, and it's, again, where I think this is a theme with him a lot, is you see him processing the game, him making good reads, and then other moments where you're just kind of out of position because sometimes ball watching, I think everybody falls under ball watching sometimes, even in the NBA, as we see with a lot of Kings players, unfortunately. But I think that for the most part, he has fairly active hands and is trying to muck up passing lanes. Again, a 6'8" wingspan, technically 6'7.5", but that goes a long way, and I still think at 190 pounds, he's going to get picked on the same way any of these rookies are. I think AJ and Darren will attempt to get picked on, like somebody's going to be like, hey, Caleb Wilson, you have to prove it to me defensively. Like that's going to be the case for anybody, but you like his chances a little bit more standing at that larger height than some of these other players. I think you have less worries about him being a total cone, but there is... Yeah, I think the off-ball playmaking is intriguing enough, and you're betting on some of the physical stuff to make him at least average defensively, with maybe some potential to be a guy that gets deflections and disrupts games a little bit.
What concerns you the most about him? As in, he's obviously got a tremendously high ceiling. You note he might have the highest ceiling out of all of these guards available at this range, but just because you have a high ceiling doesn't mean you're going to reach it. What concerns you the most about him as a prospect for the Kings specifically?
Yeah, it's that for them, and I think this is the case for a lot of teams around the league, is that they've been very clear about their point guard being the tone setter on both ends of the floor. And I think offensively specifically, when the guy setting the tone is kind of sloppy, that what does that lead to? Like Acuff and Flemings, I think, were much cleaner orchestrators of the game. There's more potential with Michael, again, because of some of these reads he makes. But I think for the most part, he's probably going to take a little bit of time in my mind, and maybe can function as a really good guy off ball. The more I watched, the more I was like, hey, this guy could make a lot of sense for the Clippers, to be honest, because there's some people of, hey, is he going to be a good enough decision maker? And really it's developing that balance of creativity, but finding a sense of consistency, right? Like James Harden, Trae Young, LaMelo Ball, these guys still turn the ball over a lot, and it's worth it, right? But you have to be at such a high level for those to be excused. So I think a lot of it for me is you already look messy at the college level a lot of times. How much is that going to be more difficult? Because he makes some of the most impressive reads, but the passes aren't necessarily like right always in the shooting pocket, and those little margins start to make a lot more difference. Like all of a sudden, hey, that was a really risky pass that worked out at the collegiate level. That's getting swiped up for a steal, no problem at the NBA. So I think it's a lot of projecting what he could be and betting that you're going to be able to iron out a lot of things when there's 2 or 3 things within his game where you're just like, man, this could really affect the ceiling that we're talking about. I think there's a baseline of a good offensive player here, but ceiling-wise, if you're taking that bet, it's definitely a bet. Like I could argue for sure that he has a higher ceiling than Acuff, but you can't argue Acuff proved it, right? Like I think there is something too that I've adopted more throughout the years, I guess, of doing this, is just like who produced in college. And the other guys have the leg up on him over that.
Do you feel like I know that Matt has talked about Mikal Brown Jr. I have not heard a ton about him like in this draft process. Maybe that's because I'm isolated here to the few players we're kind of focused, zoned in on. But have you heard much about like him as a whole in terms of where he stands with these guards right now? Because right now I would probably guess, with just not like the lack of conversation, he's at the bottom of that middle tier.
Yeah, I think somewhere in there.
The top, sorry, the tier that we're talking about
outside
right
of the
here.
top 4.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would guess like probably consensus is around 8 or 9.
Okay.
But there's a lot of variance between all these guards. I mean, I think between us, we have different preferences. Between a lot of people in this building, there's different preferences of just what they could do at 7. They're talking about Nate Ament all of a sudden for Brooklyn. I think that's a little bit crazy, but like things like this are going to happen, right? Like, would I be shocked if Michael went to the Clippers at 5? Like, no. I think that all these guards are somewhat in the same tier. I think that it's a more swing and miss potential with Michael than some of these other guys, and that's why him being lesser talked about, I think is more a credit to the other guys that played extremely well throughout college, had really good runs leading their team as freshmen, right? He's one of the guys, I guess you could say, suffering or adding to the conversation of why this is such a good draft, right? The depth that it goes on, and specifically at his position. If these other guys are wings, maybe we're talking about it way differently, you know? So I think that typically this is a guy you would be having in a top 5 conversation, but instead, with the state of just this draft, wow, it's somewhere around 7 to maybe we're talking 10.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you before we move on to Kingston Flemings, who I wanted to talk about really quick. But you on Thursday last week put out your big board, but you just did the top 7 picks so far because you still have more breakdowns along the way.
I was scared you were going to ask me this.
So you had Peterson 1, AJ 2, Caleb 3, Cam 4, Kingston Flemings 5, Darius Acuff 6, and then Keaton Wagler 7. If you are adding now to your big board, and I don't want to spoil it too much, where as of right now, am I safe in assuming Michael Brown Jr. is at 8, or is he threatening any of those other guards to move up to 7, 6, or 5?
I'll definitely say he's threatening.
Okay.
I really was struggling with the idea of where to put him on this list. And I think these guys are going to end up moving around a little bit because you just tend to overthink these things, and it's how it always goes. And the guy you originally thought was good and then drop will end up being the one that hits, and you're like, geez, okay. But he's definitely flirting with it. I think that the conversation between him and Wagler is interesting. I feel like there should be more of an argument I can make in my head for him over Acuff, but I can't really get there, to be honest. I think it's just Acuff had a ridiculous year, and you kind of just have to look at what they did on paper throughout this last season. So I think definitely a case between him and Wagler because of what's your preference, the level of playmaking that you're getting. Are you swinging for more of a primary on-ball guy, or are you satisfied if you get more of a secondary? Because they both have that fallbacks, but I think there's more of that heliocentric, I guess, offense that goes on with Michael.
You very much established how much you like Kingston Flemings. You think his ceiling is higher than he gets credit for. What was your reaction to the report that I put out there over the weekend or just before the weekend ended that Scott Perry met with the family of Kingston Flemings down in San Antonio? It now sounds like he's firmly emerging as potentially the backup plan for Acuff, or maybe he's plan A all along, but we're now hearing concrete stuff about his name in addition to Acuff, which we've heard so much about.
Yeah, glad to hear it as somebody that loves Flemings, but I think that we're probably going to hear them talk to pretty much most of these guys that we go down the list. If I'm not mistaken, there was an earlier reporting from the Combine of like sitting down with AJ or Darren or one of those guys as well.
Yes, AJ met with the Kings.
I think it was Darren, or AJ, yes.
Yeah, AJ met with the Kings.
So, yeah, I mean, I think they're doing their due diligence. You know, that's something I would never question Scott Perry to not take care of. I think that he's going to explore every opportunity that includes, you know, the things that we throw around on air here of trading up, trading down. Like, you look at everything, right? And as much as I'm like, hey, I'm not going to put as much time into the top 4 of my board because the Kings aren't going to realistically be there. Like, no, they're going to do a full evaluation of everybody on this board because you never know what's going to come up, what opportunities could come up on draft night or different things like that. So, yeah, I mean, in my mind, it's kind of doing their due diligence and somebody that definitely should be considered for that spot. I will say I've had a lot of regret about like saying it's okay to get a De'Aaron Fox caliber player with Flemings. I don't regret that statement, but I feel like that makes it seem that the ceiling is De'Aaron Fox. And what I would say is that
ESPN agrees with you.
I mean, I see why people would say that, but the one thing that I've kind of come to think, I guess, is that in these evaluations when you're drawing player comps, there's a very thin line in my mind between like De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Maxey, right? They're extremely different NBA players, but when you're evaluating and like comparing a guy, they have pretty similar skill sets, right? And I'm simplifying the crap out of it, but one of them just shoots the 3-ball really well. And so just saying, you know, like there's a very thin line between what De'Aaron is, and I agree that's not good enough to be the best player on a championship team. We've seen that. And the players that are on the tier above him, you know, especially when projecting out some of these guys.
Speaking of Fox, we've got the NBA Finals coming up here tomorrow. So we've given our thoughts on maybe who America is voting for or would like to win this. Because it is hard. Like, there are arguments on both sides of what you're trying to root for. I'm going with Knicks. I feel like I don't know if they're just automatically assumed to be back there next year. I think San Antonio has a good chance with that young core to come back and back and back. So I'm going with Knicks. I think you were going with Knicks possibly.
I'm rooting
too.
for the Knicks
Yeah.
for sure because I want to see Mike get that ring and get that. But I win no matter what, man.
Yeah.
Fox gets a ring or Mike Brown gets a ring. I'm happy. And HB too.
I'm not Jordan McLaughlin. He gets no love here. Watkins was pointing out Jordan McLaughlin needs to be
we did
talked
somewhat
about in
bring
these
him up.
conversations.
Kings legend. He got the fact that he got playing time in the Western Conference Finals because they needed just bodies was pretty funny.
As if they don't have 5 point guards.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no losing in this, right? I would love to see Mike Brown get a championship. I think that he's a good coach, and the run that they're on is ridiculous. I think it's one of those where if they do win the whole thing, in hindsight, people are going to talk about these numbers and be like, man, we probably should have expected this,
Yeah.
But I'm a sucker, growing up a Celtics fan and then watching Bronze Heat sort of be that dynasty. At some point, I just came to root for the greatest players.
Sure.
And I kind of think that this is Wemby's time to be the beloved one, where everybody loves this guy. Give it a year or two, and everybody's going to hate him.
The villain is coming.
He's physical out there. He's going to get some of those tees, To me, I would love for this to be the beginning of the greatest player of all time, to be honest, just because why would you not want to witness that? And I think it's fun that everybody loves him right now, and I'm enjoying that because I know it's going to change so drastically in 2 years, maybe next year.
Wemby would make a killer villain.
He will. He will be the
good-
villain.
And I mean,
such a
kind
good
of the
villain.
alien makes sense of being a villain name too.
Yeah.
Fits the villain role.
He already took a little bit of a villain turn when he threw that elbow at Naz Reid. He definitely took a little bit of a villain turn in that sense. Oh, that would be.
You always need him.
Yeah, Wemby would be a fantastic villain.
I think we're headed there.
I sent a clip to Kyle. Kyle, I don't know if I gave you enough time. De'Aaron Fox recently spoke with the media ahead of this the NBA Finals Game 1 tomorrow. Mitch Johnson was asked about his health, Fox's health, and he basically said he thinks, from what he understands, Fox is pretty darn close to 100%, or as close as 100% as you could be health-wise. So hopefully that doesn't play much of a factor in this series. There are some funny clips out there that I was seeing of Dylan Harper calling De'Aaron Fox uncle or unk, and De'Aaron basically responding to him like, I'm an actual uncle, but I'm not that old. But if are we able to play this, Kyle? Is this good to go? Do you have it queued up for us at all? Okay, we don't have time. I guess we don't have it queued up yet. But apparently De'Aaron Fox spoke about Mike Brown and said some great things about Mike Brown. So if we're able to play that for you before the show wraps up, we will do that. Brendan, appreciate your hard work as always. You have your second round wings and forwards to look forward to coming on Thursday. So we look forward to you dropping that.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
Thanks,
Excited
Brendan.
to keep doing it here.
Yes, get some sleep.
That's the plan.
We'll take the break. When we come back, we'll hopefully have that De'Aaron Fox audio for you, plus our MLB mini-series update and crosstalk with Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles. To wrap up the show, it's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
The top young talent in the NBA is headed to Sacramento this summer for the 8th annual California Classic presented by Ticketmaster. The Kings will host the Milwaukee Bucks, Brooklyn Nets, and Golden State Warriors in a preseason showcase that's sure to bring more fireworks to your 4th of July weekend. 3-day general admission passes for July 4th, 5th, and 6th are available now. Visit kings.com/California Classic for details.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie. I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center for your Tuesday on this election day. Bright sunshine, a light breeze in the afternoon, and it's going to be toasty out there. Plan for highs right back to lower 90s, but the Delta breeze increases around 7 o'clock tonight, and that'll drop us back to the low 50s first thing on Wednesday morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Oh, the Sacramento heat. Right now, get your AC professionally tuned up for as low as just $59 and enjoy your summer nice and cool. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Summer restrictions apply. Less than 696-355.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
You can buy golf clubs anywhere, but buy clubs that fit the shelf instead of your swing. That's why Hagen Oaks offers total game fitting. TrackMan dials in your driver and irons. Ping's Ballnamic Ball Fitter finds your perfect golf ball. Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps you roll it true. And FootJoy's 3D foot scanner matches you with balance and stability. Whether you're a beginner or accomplished, your best game starts with the right fit. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Better fit, more fun. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Thanks again to Brendan Nunez, Sactown Sports' Zone, for joining us here in studio. Check out his scouting report on Michael Brown Jr. out now on SactownSports.com, the Sactown Sports app. Before we get to our MLB mini-series update, we have audio. De'Aaron Fox today spoke to the media, and he talked about his relationship with Mike Brown, his former head coach, who's now leading the Knicks, his adversary in his quest to getting a ring.
Just your time with Coach Brown, what sticks out about him as a person and maybe as a coach?
I think the biggest thing is just how open that he is, and that's from like an organizational standpoint. Whenever he came in, the first thing he's like, well, I want the entire organization to be in line. From ownership to front office to coaching staff, players, medical staff, everybody on down. And whenever you have that, and I've seen it since I've been here, and I'm like, well, that's probably where he got it from, and when he's the head coach, that's why he wants to do it that way, because then there are no secrets. If a player says something, you tell your medical person, and then they tell the coach and the front office, and everybody knows exactly what's going on a day-to-day basis. And I think that's what makes a team good. And obviously, there's talent and all these other things that play into that part, and a little bit of luck, a little bit of health, and all those things. But whenever you have it from a foundational standpoint, you give yourself a chance to be good year in and year out.
We don't have time at the end of the show today to dive into that too much. Might be something to revisit and talk about tomorrow. It puts such a big smile on my face to hear De'Aaron talk about that moment, because that moment from Mike Brown had a major impression on me too. That's how he started his first press conference after being hired by the Kings. He sits down and he immediately starts talking about the soul of the organization, and everybody has to be connected. And he's preaching this to a franchise that has just not been able to get out of its own way for over a decade. And he was able to, in 1 year, not completely turn things around, but obviously fix it and make more progress than anyone else made. And the fact that that's the first thing that De'Aaron Fox also brings up when talking about Mike and that impression that Mike left on him, that's Mike Brown's superpower.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm glad. I appreciate De'Aaron bringing that up. That was cool.
Absolutely. I'm sure that, like De'Aaron laid out there, he's had an impact on a part of his career. And we go again, I guess, back to kind of where we started the show with the passing of Coach Adelman and like knowing that he had such an impact on so many players and, so many fans. And I know a lot of people with heavy hearts today, including, why am I blanking on it?
Brad Miller.
Brad Miller, who had an incredible, just thoughtful segment at the end of the Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross show. Mm-hmm. And I just think it's like goes to show it's hard to be a head coach at whatever level, but especially the pro level. And when it's always like, what have you done for me lately? And we could be talking about the opposite thing right now with Mike Brown and that he didn't get him to the spot and that maybe he lost his job at this point. But the fact is like, this could be his time. Mm-hmm. And it could be maybe the only one he wins. But the fact that he's gotten here after so many chances and some organizations giving up on him, I think that's why I'm going for the Knicks, is because I want to see a coach like that who hasn't had it handed to him necessarily so easily be able to finish the job.
And get the recognition that he deserves.
Yes.
We'll talk about that more tomorrow. I'd like to revisit that and keep talking about that a little bit more as we preview tomorrow, Game 1 between the Knicks and the Spurs. But right now, let's check in on our MLB mini seasons. Now, yesterday was a tough day.
Why? You won.
Well, I am a six-time champ.
You don't want to hear that.
But then you decided to just bring in your freaking Emmy.
Girl's got to do what she's got to do.
And not necessary and quite hurtful.
I'm not apologizing.
In doing it, my trophy broke.
Now that I had no part of.
For those of you,
don't think I had a part of that one.
Trophy
folks.
Unfortunately broke, but it still lives on. I am a 6-time champ. And
That's really funny.
We just have to hold it delicately.
There's super glue somewhere, I'm sure.
I'll find it. Whatever. Arts and crafts. We'll do that later. In addition to that, both Kyle and I didn't do too well yesterday.
Oh.
Kyle picked the Angels over the Rockies, and didn't work out for him. He lost 8-9 yesterday.
Idiot! Yay!
Oh, what a loser! The Reds are my team over the Kansas City Royals, and they got smacked 9-2. The final score of that game. Idiot! Oh, what a loser! But when Kayla was done bragging about her Emmy, she then picked the Mariners, her Mariners, to beat the Mets, and like she said, they're on a 7-game win streak right now. They got a 3-2 win over the New York Mets. So Kayla in the early lead. Kayla in the early lead right now so far.
I'll take what I can get.
We go into day 2 today. Everybody has 4 teams available to pick from. So, my friends, who are we nominating today? Anyone?
Oh, me first? Okay. Sorry. I'm taking the White Sox.
Over
the Twins, I think.
White Sox versus the Twins.
And the White Sox, are they still on a streak here and winning?
They've been red hot.
All I know is they're favored tonight, so I'll take them.
There you go.
Let's see. They are... Oh, they lost yesterday to break their win streak.
Dang. Well...
Knowing my luck, they're probably going to lose. By the way, God, I'm so mad at myself because the damn Finns, I was going to pick them, but they've been on this crazy losing streak. They smacked the Nationals yesterday. The one time I don't believe in the Finns because they had lost 15 out of 16, they finally won. I suck at this game.
It might be just because, like, even if you picked them, they would have still lost, you know? So maybe you did them a favor.
Yeah, I suck. Everyone else on the team scored, except for me.
Who is that?
That's Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, McCaffrey. Okay. I'm doing the Rays over the Tigers.
The Rays over the Tigers for Kayla, and I will take the Phillies over Kyle's San Diego Padres tonight.
Oh, ooh-wee.
because I was going to pick the Mets, but I don't think the Mariners are going to get slowed down right now. They're on a roll. And last time I picked against them didn't go too well for me. So I will take the Phillies over the Padres today, and we will take the break. We got Crosstalk with Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles. The Drive Guys join us next here on Sactown Sports.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton & Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento's best selection, best quality, and lowest prices on kitchen and bath products are at the new Anova Cabinet and Stone. For a limited time, get stunning new quartz countertops starting at just $159. That's right, only $159 for gorgeous quartz countertops. Listen to this. For a limited time, cabinets for kitchens and bathrooms are up to 50% off. Yes, up to 50% off new cabinets. It's a must-see. The new Anova Cabinet and Stone at Florin Road and Highway 99. Learn more at AnovaCabinetStone.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account. Plus, you pay 0 penalties on the transfer. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
We've got half of the Drive guys here with us. One of the guys, Alan Stiles, with us. Whitey Gleason hopefully will be joining us shortly. We look forward to having him come in very soon. Looking forward to another 4 hours of the Drive guys beginning at 2 o'clock. Just got this, not really breaking news necessarily, although news out of the NFL. The Steelers and Nick Herbig have agreed to a 4-year, $100 million extension with $42 million guaranteed. That's per Adam Schefter. So more moves being made and more signings being made around the NFL. Alan Stiles joining us. Your breakdown on what a signing for the Steelers, huh? I need about 3 minutes of why that's a big deal.
Yeah, you're not getting
them Steelers are going to be good this year.
Okay, well, no, I'm going to throw it to Kayla here because, I'm big on hyperbole. Okay, and I get in trouble for saying something was the best ever, this is the best meal I've ever had. I get in trouble for that. People call me out on that. But yesterday, best or craziest day in NFL offseason history? Is it top 5? I know it was rumored, the stuff, but those 2 moves.
Yeah, I think in terms of players and that timing of especially Myles Garrett.
Right.
I would say it definitely got to be up there in terms of at least when I've been covering the league.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think because
I'm just saying.
Again, because you're talking about whether or not they were connected to these teams or not. And I think we knew about the A.J. Brown thing. That was a matter of time. But the fact that it happened the same day as Myles Garrett, which I didn't at least expect that happening then. That to me was whoa. And then to the Rams, who we clearly pay very close attention to because they're in the NFC West. And it affects the Niners, obviously.
Who?
Whew, man.
The Who. Great band.
They are a great band.
The third best team in the NFC West, some would say, the Niners.
Yeah.
I mean, now it looks like it definitely is.
Yeah. I'll say this about the Rams, and we're going to talk about it here in the first hour. Feels like, and I'm not hyperbole again, has any team been under more pressure than the Rams will be heading into this season?
Well,
they've been here before,
Isn't it when they did it the last time? That they kind
was
of
it like
built,
this? Were you talking about with the golf trade?
Yeah, and they kind of were we're going all in,
right?
And we got to win it this year because we're gonna probably fall apart a little bit. They didn't really ever fully fall apart, though.
That 1 year after.
Yeah, but now I think that tops it a little bit.
But they're still in LA, and no matter what, LA teams can feel confident making moves like this and sacrificing their future to bring in the next star, because even if it doesn't work out and they have to go into a rebuild, that rebuild is going to be a fraction of the time of most other markets because they're LA and they'll just get another star.
Yeah, they'll just pay the money too.
Yeah.
They have the money, so they pay the money. So the NFL, man, they're really making us talk about them
a lot.
That's what Matt
during
said.
finals week too. They
Yes.
said, "Oh, you're gonna do that to us during trade deadline week." Yeah, well,
there's always something.
They're battling back and forth. The great thing is that on this show we talk about both, and so hopefully,
we'll take it all.
This time of the year we're talking more NBA finals. But hey, if we can sprinkle a little bit of big NFL news in, I know I love it. I know there are NFL fans out there do too.
So I just want to be clear, Matt.
Uh-oh.
Because I heard you Well, we talked yesterday, but, we were kind of rushing, and I didn't really get a chance. I just wanted to be clear. Okay, just me and you here.
God.
No one else.
Just me and you.
Uh-huh.
Is the De'Aaron Fox train, are we done? So you're on the Knicks train now?
No, well, I'm rooting for Mike Brown, but I win no matter what.
Yeah, that's
Either
the line.
De'Aaron Fox,
Okay.
even De'Aaron Fox gets a ring and Harrison Barnes gets a ring, and I'm happy for both of them, or
Okay.
Mike Brown gets a ring. But I want Mike Brown to get the recognition that I think he deserves as a really, really good head coach, because he's always kind of been undermined with he can't get the job done. He had this team in the LA, he had this team in Cleveland, never got the win. So I want him to get that recognition versus I can be honest about the situation. If the Spurs win the NBA Finals, De'Aaron Fox is going to be a key contributor to that, but it's Wemby. It's Wemby's team.
Right.
We've always known this.
Right.
So no matter what, I win, but if I'm rooting for a team over the other, I'm rooting for Mike Brown to get it done.
So what can we expect from your, a lot of people have been talking about your social media feed or your X feed, right? When the Spurs tend to play, it leans a bit Spursy, right? Because we're talking De'Aaron, things like that. So as an avid follower of you on X, I want to know what to expect. I don't want to expect De'Aaron.
I get to talk my ish no matter what.
No, I don't know if
I
you
get
do.
to talk. Hey, Mike Brown, baby. De'Aaron Fox, baby.
You can't just take two sides.
He is, though.
Matt's getting split.
I'm sorry.
Matt's
Hold
getting
on.
split.
Alan Stiles is telling me I can't take two sides.
What sides? There's no
Alan
sides. I'm one side. I'm not a
Alan
pancake.
Stiles is doing this.
You can't flip me. I'm not a pancake.
All you do is flip.
That is not
like
true.
they're on your feet.
That is not true. All right. The pie chart is just expanding here.
I will always talk my mess when De'Aaron Fox plays well.
That's all I wanted to know.
For sure.
That's all I wanted to know.
For sure.
That's all I wanted to know.
I'm very much happy for both of them.
Right.
And like we talked about yesterday, I do believe that it's like the ultimate slap in the face to the Kings, but hopefully it's a good thing. Hopefully, there's no plausible deniability. Like, you screwed up, and here it is on full display. Now you move forward. One of them is going to get a ring, but a point that Kayla made that I thought was really good too is versus the Knicks and the Spurs. I still believe, I don't buy into this. What the Spurs financially have all these things to figure out. They're not there yet. The Spurs could just as easily be back here next year versus I think the Knicks' path back, if they don't get it done this year, is a lot harder than the Spurs. So I could get Mike Brown's ring today. I get De'Aaron Fox's ring tomorrow.
You think, though?
Look at the greed.
I don't know. I feel, not to get too in the weeds, but I don't know, the East compared to the West. I know the Spurs look great, but
I think that's
the West is a mess.
I know, but that could be a little. I think we're crutching that East Conference verbatim, or sorry, what's the word I'm looking for?
What, just that it's easier?
Yeah, I think we use that so much that it kind of gets irritating.
No. I agree with you to some level because the 10th seed actually had a better record in the East than in the West. Now, some might say, well, they're playing more Eastern Conference teams. This season was weird with the records because of all the tanking teams.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll know a lot more next season. But with that being said, I don't know. I'm always weary of the West. Whenever there's a big move, those players tend to come to the West. So I'm looking at a Giannis, guys like that. We'll see what happens. But the West, to me, is still
West.
Yeah, it's still more of a mess than the East. But the East is much better than it was a couple years back when we used to say LeBron was doing the Usher slide to the finals.
Yeah,
it's not that. It's not that anymore. But the West is crazy. We were looking up because obviously the Coach Rick Adelman news broke on our show.
Yeah.
So we were looking up the 8 years straight that he went to the playoffs with the Kings. I'm thinking, that sounds unreal. That sounds unreal. So we looked up right now, and nowadays, the longest playoff streaks. Celtics were sitting at 12. I believe the Nuggets were at 8. Nobody else, everybody else was 5, 4, 3. So it's just really hard. And the Timberwolves were actually at 5. So it's just really hard to sustain that type of success.
I think, though, to your point and expanding on it, there's two dominant teams in the West right now that are really going to be the hard ones to knock off.
Yeah.
And speaking of flippity flop, what one do you want to take?
Yeah.
And it's just that's how I feel. I feel like they're kind of above the rest.
But even if you argued that, I guess I guess what you're saying is all you got to do is beat the Thunder, but we don't know what the Thunder are going to look like.
They might get Giannis for
that's
sakes.
what I'm saying. Like the Spurs just beat the Thunder now.
Mm-hmm.
The Spurs in general are going to, in theory, like they're going to get better. Wemby's going to get better. Castle's going to get better. Harper's going to get better. Knock on wood, they stay healthy. And the Oklahoma City Thunder now have to financially figure out how are we going to afford to pay for this core and who are we going to let go and who are we going to replace them with and everything like that. So the idea of, if you're talking about in the West, which team is likely to get worse between the Spurs and the Thunder, it's easier to make an argument that the Thunder would get
Agreed.
worse.
I know Presti came out and said when it comes to the aprons, technically you could just wear it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if they really believed in what they have, they could just wear it. I don't know that they're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason they don't have to do that is because of all the draft capital they have. So you never know. I'm just not putting the Spurs in the finals in Sharpie for the next
It's never can be.
3, 4.
It never can be a Sharpie. But I think compared to the Knicks' chances, I think the Knicks have also gotten just a wave of excellent luck too, of things working out, of Cat just being that guy like that has actually stepped up and did his thing in the postseason when he hasn't necessarily.
I say that
did
about
it
the
in
Knicks
past.
every year though, and they're still here. I've been thinking they're going to get outed in early on. Now, they never made it to the finals,
Right,
of course.
that's the difference.
It's really, what are the Celtics doing?
Yeah.
What are the Celtics doing? Yeah. What are the Pistons doing? And the Heat are going to talk to Giannis for about 3 months, and then they're going to offer Jaime Jaquez in 2 seconds, and it's going to end. So it's the Pistons, it's the Celtics, and the Knicks.
I will say I'm ready to write Victor Wembanyama as MVP in Sharpie, though. I think he's going to be MVP for the next 2-3 seasons.
If he
I
stays
could
healthy.
see that.
As long as
Yeah.
he stays healthy.
It seems like every game there's just a little scare.
Well, I hope Whitey Gleason's listening because I want to do this when both of you are here, but obviously he's not here. I wanted to commend both of you for the Rick Adelman news dropped in the middle of your guys' show when you were ready to do a segment about, I think, Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox or something like that. And that news broke, and it's like that's a show completely derailer, right? And you guys handled that well, and that, of course, hits home really hard today. And at least we had the time to process it before the show, the morning show as well. You guys handled that in real time. Thought you handled it excellently. So just wanted to commend the two of you for handling that. And with that being said, what we get on the show today?
Well, like you mentioned, it'll be myself and Ramsey to kind of kick off things. We're going to talk about, we're finally doing a full breakdown after the Giants got their doors blown off. Who's actually in a worse spot? The Kings or the Giants? We're finally, I've baked it out. Okay, I put it in Chat GPT. I have all the calculations.
And this is before Whitey gets here?
This is in about 4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay, this
Starting
is in
the show
about
hot.
4
Nice.
minutes. And then, of course, Whitey Gleason joins us. We wanted to discuss at 3 p.m. what Dave mentioned about possibly trading up for Acuff. We had Brett Siegel on. He thought that was probably not a good idea for the Kings. It all depends on the price tag. So we're going to talk about the price tag. You know, when you're up there in Seattle and they're throwing the fish, how much is the fish today? What's the market rate on the fish? What's the market rate on the ribeye for today? That's what's coming up on the drive.
Can I put in a request? Because we talked
course
about
you
this
can.
on the show today, too. The optics of trading up after you chose not to tank.
See, I was in a good mood, Matt.
No, does that matter, though, if they want to get their guy? Like, if they...
To me, yes.
Okay, well, I'm saying on the
to
show.
Me,